is a presentation of Sertoba Media and Comey Media, Incorporated.
You get a superstar, and you get a superstar, and you get an elite player, and you get an elite player. That's right. The NFL free agency is in full swing, and we'll talk about that next. This is Total Football Talk. Well, welcome to another edition of Total Football Talk. Hard-hitting grind, news, action, and fun, just the way you like it. I am one of the co-hosts of this program, Cole Johnson, a.k.a. the Mad Scientist and EP Extraordinaire, and I am joined, as always, by the other co-host of this program. Let me see, Mr. Commander's Gridiron Report, Mr. D. Willie in the Evening, Mr. In or Out Sports Debate, which I hope that comes back sometime soon. And, of course, the man who is the CEO of the D. Willie Bucks and Sertoba Media's own D. Willie, a.k.a. Drew Willingham. How you doing, my man?
Hey, I'm feeling great this morning, brother. Looking forward to another great edition of Total Football Talk as things have been heating up over the past 48 hours.
Oh, my goodness, yes. And for those who are under a rock, of course, the NFL has exploded with a lot of free agency signings and surprise moves and even surprise releases. And we'll touch on many of those things. But, of course, we also do a review of how this season went. So opening drive, we shall go.
All right, let's go. We got trips, right? At 42, 989. On two. Ready? Break.
So in the past 3 weeks, we have we have gone over the Eastern divisions, the Northern divisions, and the Southern divisions of the NFL. Now it is the West's turn. And so we will begin with the NFC West. And the team that we'll, of course, start with doing will be the Arizona Cardinals. Now, they finished the season 4-13. They struggled under Joshua Dobbs, who eventually went onward to play for the Vikings. Kyler Murray decided to no longer play Call of Duty. He got actually back onto the field after healing for roughly a year. And it looks like James Conner, the running back of the team, may have found a home out in the desert. And Jonathan Gannon, he may have found some footing late in the season, but he mightily struggled to gain the locker room all season long. What is your grade for the Cardinals, sir, and your thoughts on their season?
It'd be much worse if they didn't have Josh Dobbs stepping in, during that time frame that he did, while Kyler Murray was down. But based on the fact that this team did get 4 wins, Kyler Murray comes back before the end of the year and actually showcase that, he's not a bust, that they can definitely work within his skill sets,
right,
and build a team around him if they bring in the right pieces this offseason and for the next few upcoming ones. But looking at the way this team performed with the type of talent that they had to work with around that situation, I'd say I'd have to give them a D+. I'm not going to give them anything lower than that, as we've had other teams we've given Fs and D- before we even got to this week. But based on the way that they played, the fact that they did get 4 wins, that they showed some promise in the later part of the year, I'm going to have to give this team a D+.
Well, you're generous this morning. Okay. All right. I'll say this: the 21-point deficit they had in Philly, and they came back to win that game. That saved them from giving me. That saved them from me giving them an F, because I would have done that, because they had double-digit leads they lost, and I don't mean they just lost it to only squeak out. I mean they would actually go on to lose the game. A 21-point lead they actually had at home against the Giants comes to mind. But they show flashes. They show flashes. The game against the Cowboys is one example. Of course, I mentioned the Eagles game that they played in Philly being another. So they had flashes, and even another example, an L they took, the second L to the 49ers they took. They gassed the 49ers for 200 yards of rushing. So they showed signs, they showed glimpses, and Jonathan Gannon's a defensive guy, so he has a lot of work to do on that side of the ball, obviously. But I think a piece of the puzzle is there in the fact that they now have an identity that they're trying to coalesce around running. I give them a D-, and I think they could have been better, but I don't know how much better they could have been.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I was feeling a little generous this morning, based on like, I look at it in two ways. The fact that, Josh Dobbs was hopping from team to team throughout training camp to throughout this past season. For him to at least give some type of spark was the positive part. And then when Kyler Murray came back, I mean, he did lead him to a couple wins. So looking at the way that this team performed down the stretch when they got their leadership back, and they do have some things to address this offseason, which we'll get into the NFL free agency and some moves that have already been made. But overall, it could have been a lot worse for this Cardinals team. Had they only got 2 wins, then yeah, of course I would be definitely grading them lower. But I can't get mad at your D- grade either. Looking back at this team, at what they did, they've got still a long road ahead of them to get better. Hopefully, we can see some better play out of this team in 2024 if Kyler Murray is going to be there for the whole stretch.
Yeah. Good points. I saw them. Those are good points. Our brother Mickey, he says, let's go. It's good to see you, Mick. Man. And John along, whatever grades you want to give the teams that we're going to be interviewing the NFC West and then later the AFC West. Ike Dawson, what's up, my man? What's up, fella? I love the Z and fellas. What's up, man? Oh my goodness! I love our tribe.
Ike's been looking at those commercials.
Yeah, I love our tribe. Oh all right, graduating upward a little bit to the Seahawks, and they had a really interesting season. They were competing for a playoff spot, much like last year. Much like 2022, when they struggled and finally found their footing and got into the playoffs. They could not do it this time. For one, they got swept by the Rams. Along with that, the health of Geno Smith was a struggle. All year long, he was up and down in terms of health, and that actually affected his play. He was up and down in play along with his health. But you did have some bright spots, like the Drew Lock 92-yard drive at home on Monday Night Football to beat the Eagles, which basically, to me, deflated the Eagles the rest of the season. You had those moments, but when they had a chance to grab on to at least a hold of a 7th seed in Week 17, they decided to play the Steelers and take one big, fat, stinking... and that ended their playoff bid. But you had some other, I guess you could say, notes of how this team would go. 2 key pieces: Kenneth Walker III, the running back for the starting running back for the Seahawks, and the number 1 wide receiver, DK Metcalf. They both were consistently inconsistent. Both had great games at times, and both you were saying, "What the heck are they?" If not injured. I know they played, but man. They're not seeing the ball either with not enough touches or not enough targets. This team, of course, was known as the Legion of Boom. The defense looks, at least it looked to this moment, a long way away from looking that way, because they had some games where they were just looking atrocious on the field, on the defensive side of the ball. Feel for you, Mr. Wagner. And the Seahawks, well, after that 9-8 season, they parted ways with Pete Carroll after 14 years with the team. So as interesting as their season was, what are your thoughts on them and the grade that you give them?
It's probably one of the worst defenses, if not the worst one we had seen from the Seahawks in the 14 years that Pete Carroll was there.
I totally agree with that.
That was definitely a big part of the reason why he was dismissed after 14 years.
100.
You know, not a lot of coaches that have a positive record go 9-8 and then get axed the next season, unless there was like a trending, like they were trending downward over the previous 2 to 3 seasons. When you have that much time within an organization for 14 years, I mean, look at how long Bill Belichick was with the New England Patriots, but yet the past 4 to 5 years were on the decline since the last time that they were in the Super Bowl. I mean, pretty much when you look at their last Super Bowl appearance against the Rams and how bad that game was, that set the tone for how things were going to be in New England for the next 5 to 6 seasons. And the Seahawks didn't want to go that route. They didn't want to have what happened in New England continue to set the stone here for Seattle. And that's basically why Pete Carroll was pushed into like a Bruce Arians type of consultant role into the front office, and now we've got a change at the leadership over there in Seattle. But as far as this past season, going 9-8, primarily due to the struggles to your defense, you got DK Metcalf over there being consistently inconsistent, like you said, with Kenneth Walker III. Some great takes there. Considering that this team played the way that they did, they have other pieces on that team, like you said, Bobby Wagner and more, that deserve better,
Yes.
And Wagner's, bounced around a little bit, come back and this, that, and the third. And he's a lifetime Seahawks, he's part of that 12th man for life, even though he was within the 11 on that side doing what he did with the Legion of Boom.
Right.
Considering that I gave the Cardinals a D+ because they performed better than their 4-13 record, in my opinion. Yeah. The Seahawks, I feel like they underperformed. They underperformed. Their 9-8 record disguises how bad they really were. So because of that, I think I'm going to have to give them a C-.
Your grade is right along the lines of what I was going to give them. I look at this team, how they were last year versus how they were in 2022, and I'm thinking, this, and you touched it. You touched on it. The very reason why we aren't seeing Pete Carroll on the bench again, leading another Seahawks team, is because his specialty is defense, and they just did not, as Scottie Pippen said at one point, answer the bell. And it was, how can I put it in brass tacks? To me, I think it was insulting of the LOB version of this defense a decade ago, especially with the Bobby Wagner, who was there to witness the LOB days. And it's like, wow, they are not resembling this team. I did not think I would see them get into shootouts, yet we saw them in a few shootouts. Some they won, some they lost, and then they would show the glimpses of, okay, well, maybe the defense is coming back, like the 20-17 victory I mentioned earlier over the Eagles on Monday Night Football. Defense played pretty well in that game. In fact, I think that was the best they had played all season to me. Only giving up 17 points, but of course it sort of helped in the fact you were playing against a team in the Eagles that seemed to not really have enough faith in one another to and enough chemistry with one another to actually overcome things, and they actually would in their own way too. But the thing is, when you were in divisions with two explosive offenses, such as the two that we're going to talk about eventually, and you basically say, well, we're going to get swept by both teams, and not play well all four of those games. That was a really big indicator. And I had to look at where it went first. Well, it has to be defense, because I expected better out of their defense. Their offense, I expected to sort of flow up and down a little. I did, because you only really had two key weapons, and their starting quarterback just kept getting injured. So I expected them to have this ebb and flow. The defense, I did not. And to me, that's why the grade, because that's what I've given them to. I would definitely give them a C-.
Yeah, hopefully they can definitely build upon what they've got going this offseason. New head coach and bringing in some new talent, moving some pieces around. However, it's not like the team that we saw 10, 12 years ago with Legion of Boom. They have a long way to go before they can get anywhere close to where they were at before. And hopefully your coaching change is anywhere close to what Pete Carroll was for the Spark back when he came in 14 years ago. So a lot of question marks surrounding the Seattle Seahawks team right now, but at least Pete Carroll's final year, even though it did go down in some way that we didn't want to see it go down in a way, at least he finished with a winning record.
True. Yeah. Yeah, he did go out a winner, but yeah, it still sucks for him, and it's unfortunate. Well, hopefully, I agree with you. Hopefully the transition will be the spark and the jump start they need, just like Pete Carroll was when he first became a Seahawks head coach. But yeah, hopefully you can build on this 98 season Seahawks, and maybe you can get more consistent play all the way around.
And if his head coaching career is over, what a head coaching career it was between college and the NFL. Doing the things that he did. Not many people get to celebrate the wins and especially on the big stages that he did between college and the NFL. So great career for Pete Carroll. And I'm just happy that if the final season didn't end the way that he wanted, at least he finished with the winning record and has a winning record for his entirety of his NFL coaching career now. Yeah. Which with the NFL start to his head coaching career, you would not have thought that would be the case. But yes, great college career in building USC, and then a great 14 years with the Seahawks. Actually forgetting about the fact that he coached the Patriots and the Jets at one point. But yeah, congratulations to you, Pete. I hope if this is it, you did pretty good, my man. And I think we'll miss your infectious enthusiasm. Yeah, I think the Seattle Seahawks, for the majority of their tenure, will miss him. 137-89 was his record during his time. Well, 137-89-1. He did have that one tie. But for a total record of 170-120, just to show you how bad that New England record was.
Yeah.
Back when he was there. I mean, his entire record there, even though we think it's as bad as it was a winning record. It was 27-21, but still 6 games over 500. Not what the Patriots fans wanted, which was why moves were made.
Yeah. Well, we'll miss you, Pete. Now to the Rams, the Los Angeles Rams, the only team in let me stop. The team that actually has ownership stake in Los Angeles. Matthew Stafford. I think that's where we have to start first. He, of course, he was up and down, more down than up in 2022, and then he got injured to end the season. He bounced back pretty strong, and considering that he is on the tail end of his career, he looked really good. I mean, really looks good. And then on top of it, it looks like they have found pieces to begin a building process to the next iteration of a Rams team that can actually make a run. Kyron Williams from the backfield, and then Puka Nacua, who looked like he was channeling Cooper Kupp when he was on the field, was catching any and everything thrown at him. and running any and every route given to him. And it looks like, along with that, they may have found their heir apparent to Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald, you've been hearing a lot of rumblings about him stepping away from the game as soon as when they won the Super Bowl about 3 years back. Now it looks like they may have his heir apparent in Kobe Turner, who was a Defensive Rookie of the Year candidate. And it seems like this team has had a slight philosophical shift. I mean, this team used to be sort of like the gunslinger type. Running was an option, but it was an option they barely used. Basically, the running for them was short passes, and they'd be married to throwing 40, 45, 50 times a game. It looks like this team is more physical, and I actually started to like them in that look. And it looks like the Wunderkind, as I call Sean McVay, is understanding that this makeup of the team is not quite like it was 4 years ago and 5 years ago, that they probably have to grind out a couple of games. And to me, they played, if not the best game in the playoffs, the second best at worst, with their 24-23 loss to the Detroit Lions in Detroit in the wild card round. The Rams did make the playoffs as the 6th seed in the NFC. Your grade on this team and your thoughts on them.
You know, I think that this grade is definitely going to surprise some people here, because looking at what this team did, like you said, 10-7, they were the number 6 seed in the playoffs. You know, Matthew Stafford, like you said, he had a bounce back year because in 2022 he only played 9 games, and he was 3-6 during that tenure. Now, you know, fast forward to 2023, he plays in 15 games. Didn't play in the entirety of the season, missed 2 games of the year, you know, but he did have a 9-6 record in that time frame, which was a good enough record to lead this team to the postseason. And, you know, even though they were one and done in the postseason, for the season, he nearly threw 4,000 passing yards. And, you know, for a guy who had a lot of, I would say, shortcomings in Detroit, because even though he's had the success he's had in LA for the most part, minus 2020 and 2022, I would say that, you know, his 98-107-1 record as a full-time starter, he's played a lot. He's played a lot better than that. You know, the fact that he's 9 wins away from finally getting a 500 record which is something he's never, I wouldn't say never, but hasn't had since the early days of his career. Definitely would be big for him, but he's been the spark that the LA Rams needed, that even though Jared Goff has finally evolved into the quarterback that the Rams wanted in this past year with the Detroit Lions, you see how many years it took for Jared Goff to get to that.
Get there.
You know, Matthew Stafford has been there, given another couple of years before he retires, but still, I feel like he can still make an impact on this team for the upcoming years to come. Now, for what this team did this past year, going 10-7, getting to the number 6 seed in the playoffs, they would not have done it without Matthew Stafford. Definitely, you know, Jared Goff, the way he played this year, I would say yes, because they got to a Super Bowl with him before, but a definitely underwhelming performing Jared Goff at that point. This team has shifted gears since then. To go 10-7, 17-game season with the type of schedule that you had, having the San Francisco 49ers in your division and a Seattle Seahawks team that's been, you know, biting at your heels for the past years up until, you know, the past year or two. Well, but I'd say 2 to 3 years, they haven't really been as relevant. But 10-7 for the Rams this past year, getting to the number 6 seed, you know, after a start to the season to where many people didn't necessarily see them getting to that point. I would say that I got to go ahead and give this team, based on some underwhelming performances and other aspects of it, a C+.
Yeah, I think the downside of this team, the secondary play could have been a little better. No question about that. And I think that they are missing that pass rusher, because look, let's be honest. You really cannot have your defensive tackle be your best pass rusher. And they have tried this all throughout Aaron Donald's career. And not saying that Aaron Donald can't get you sacks. He can get you sacks. But you don't want to have your interior linemen show up your pass rushers, because that's not what you pay your interior linemen to do. You pay your interior linemen to eat up space, to stop the run, and to hurry the quarterback. And if he can get some sacks, cool, because he's going to get some, obviously. So yeah, the team defensively is missing that key pass rusher that makes you say, "Oh Lord, we got a game plan against this guy too." And the secondary people ate against this team. If you don't believe me, you can actually look at that wild card game that we talked about. And for the first half, Goff had his way with that secondary. And your Matthew Stafford point, brilliant and spot on. Because even in that game, he had 368 yards and looked really good and was the reason why they were this close to actually pulling out an upset victory in Detroit to advance to the next round. So, yeah, Stafford, who, of course, got lustily booed in Detroit, played it off beautifully and did the doggone thing in Ford Field. To me, he was the brightest spot of the team because he showed that championship will and spirit. And you just have to appreciate a guy like Stafford. But I think the biggest hope they have is they got three pieces they could build around now. And if they can probably give that offensive line a boost, and if they can build around Kobe Turner and get him a pass rusher to accentuate what he can do in the interior line position, this Rams team might make a run like they did in 2021. And that is saying something. My grade, I'd give them a C. And I'm not going to say your C minus is a bad grade. I'm not going to say that you're being harsh on them into saying it. I understand why you would say it. I'm sort of giving them a C because I'm seeing future with them. That I think there's some future hope for them. And if this team was 10-7 and they didn't have pieces where I could say, the future might look bright if if they didn't have a Kyron Williams, a Puka Nacua, or a Kobe Turner, I'd probably say, yeah, 10-7 is great, but it looks like it's smoke and mirrors. I think this isn't, and I think they can build on what they have. And to me, that L they took in Detroit leaves a good enough salty taste in their mouth where they could say, we played well, we didn't play good enough. Man, we want this taste out of our mouths. I like that. I like that for this team because I think that's what they need. But yeah, continued success with the Rams. I hope they can build on this year and build with the talent they have.
I mean, with the head coaching that you got there, I feel like they definitely have the sky's the limit for this team. I mean, they can definitely go back to the promised land many more times for the next 20 to 30 years if he decides to continue coaching for one and with that team and, continues on the level of success that he's had. I feel like that, for the next at least 10 to 15 years, this team could be dangerous.
Yeah. I 100% agree with you. I think they can be too.
Playmakers probably loving every single thing I said, but they got to bring in some more pieces and build on what they've established already.
Yeah.
But based on their coaching and if they can kind of prime up and get someone ready to take over the quarterback position and work under Matt Stafford for the next year or two, I would say yes. But if they have to start over again when he retires, then they're going to be in trouble.
Yeah. That's a key point, partner. That's the next step they need to have. Find the heir apparent for, like they did for Aaron Donald, because I think they found the heir apparent with Kobe Turner. They got to find an heir apparent for Matthew Stafford. I agree with you there. And if that's the case, then the success can continue much sooner than I think they would like. And if not, delayed gratification may have to be in their near future. I hope that's not the case because they got some good talents on their team. And yeah, I agree. The shout out to Playmaker. I hope you enjoyed that for the Rams. Now we get to Snowman's favorite team, the San Francisco 49ers. Now, they started off blazing hot, 5-0 start. They scored 30 points the first 3 games to 35 points, the 4th game, and then the 42-10 W in Santa Clara against the Cowboys. That pretty much was the highlight of that beginning, as we started to have doubts about the Cowboys because of it. Then they went to Cleveland and started their swoon, and they lost 3 straight, along with having Chris McCaffrey get dinged up. The runner-up to me, well, he finished 3rd, but he should have been the runner-up to MVP. Deebo Samuel and Trent Williams, 3 of the biggest pieces of the team. They missed for at least 2 of those 3 games. But yes, they took an L to the Browns, to the Vikings, and then to the Bengals to lead into their bye. And the bye could not have come at a better time for them because they came back, winning 6 straight. Of course, it began with an explosion of a victory against the Jaguars in Duval. And it was punctuated with the 42-19 W in South Philly, where Deebo Samuel acted Deebo-ish to Eagles fan. But a portent of things to come as Christmas night came and Brock Purdy had his worst game as so far starting in the NFL. And this was probably the game that he lost the MVP, because this was the game that I think it locked things down for Lamar Jackson. Of course, when you throw 4 interceptions in one half, that will do that for you. But they locked down the number 1 seed. They locked down the NFC West crown. Then they properly defeated the Packers 24-21, but they struggled mightily to the point where they were down 21-14, got down to 21-17 with a missed field goal with 6 minutes to go in the 4th quarter to set the stage for a comeback. Then in the championship game, because of course the number 1 seed had a bye, then the championship game against the Lions, they sort of limped out to a 24-7 deficit, and then 24-10 after kicking a field goal to begin things in the second half. But Dan Campbell, the head coach of the Lions, decided, yeah, let's go for it on the 49ers side of the field. Let me see. How can I don't think I could say it properly. That decision was a massive and that began the comeback. So they took this 24-7 deficit. It turned into a eventually 34-24 lead. Ended up being 34-31 as the final score. And so the 49ers hoisted the George Halas Trophy, or the NFC Championship Trophy, skyward in Santa Clara, went into Vegas, had a 19-16 lead in regulation and a 22-19 lead in overtime. And I'll stop there because, of course, we'll talk about the end of that game when we talk about the team that did what they did. But let's just say it just ended disappointingly for the 49ers yet again. And you had the scapegoat and Steve Wilks get fired as defense coordinator. Your thoughts on the San Francisco 49ers, their season, their playoff run, and your grade?
It's going to be a total
surprise, motherfucker.
What's going to come out of my mouth? Because I've been thinking about this for the past day or so, and I'm hoping that somewhere in the background, this person is watching.
Oh, Lord.
Because even though you are a Cowboys fan, you will be able to take what I say and deliver it to certain 49ers fanhood, okay? When you look at what this team did, I mean, Cole, you laid it all out there great, okay? Mm-hmm. To where maybe some people might not be totally
surprise, motherfucker.
When they see this clip right here, okay, the San Francisco 49ers made it to the Super Bowl.
Yes,
congratulations. I was proud of them for at least holding that end of the bargain up. They did everything else that I thought that they would once they got to the Super Bowl. So that part wasn't a total, you know what. But looking at this based on the hype, what this team was supposed to do throughout this year, they were supposed to win it all. Okay. We have to take that into account when we grade this team. Okay. They get eliminated by the Chiefs. It was a game that came down to the wire in overtime. You know, we already know how it ended, but it should have never got to that point. That team should have won the game. Okay. And in the eyes of many is, you know, you look at what they did against the Packers and the Lions and then the defending champion Chiefs coming into that final game of the season. You thought that they would be much better coming from that 49ers team. And based on their record throughout the season, you got to say 12-5 is pretty respectable. But the one thing that the team did during that stretch was they lost 3 consecutive games. And that's where I have to grade them based on this. And some people might think that this grade is a little too harsh. But based on what we saw for the competition within this division, based on what we saw as a result from their record for the entirety of the season going 12-5, yeah, they made it to the playoffs, but in some cases, they limped into that Super Bowl, okay? And then you look at what happened in the Super Bowl. For their regular season grade, and taking account what they did in the playoffs and getting to where they did, but losing to the fashion that they did, I think I'm going to give them a B-.
Okay. So he gives the NFC champs a B-. Okay. And I can understand why you would give them that grade. The funny thing is, we gave the Lions a higher grade, and of course the Lions lost to the 49ers in the NFC Championship game. But I understand why you gave them that grade. For the most part, we gave the Lions that grade because they looked better in the playoffs. They achieved more than I think everybody thought they would. People thought they was going to win the NFC North, but we didn't think they were going to win it in the manner they did. And they really looked good, even in the L they took in the NFC Championship game. Meanwhile, you think about the 49ers, and as spectacular as they looked in September and early October, they did not look that way in January. They just simply did not. In fact, to me, starting with the Christmas night game, the 49ers did not look as stellar or spectacular or as sharp as they looked the rest of the way. They did not look sharp at all, as just opposed to that first 5 weeks of the season, where everything clicked, everything was all cylinders. The defense was just mashing on people and shutting things down, and the offense was just having their way with any opposing defense that was on the field. You saw both sides of the ball struggle immensely. And for a team that is considered, or was considered, a Super Bowl candidate, a Super Bowl contender, or even a Super Bowl favorite with some, that's not what you want that Super Bowl team to look like. And the word limp is a perfect example of what you were describing. Go ahead, sir.
And then you make that trade for Chase Young, and you didn't even lock him up before free agency started either, because he's on the free agent list. So, yeah, you kind of lucked out there where you gave up the 3rd round pick. And for your case, where there were certain parts during that stretch where Chase Young did not live up to the hype, okay? And then there were certain moments throughout the stretch where he actually played well. I would say he played well in the first half of the Super Bowl, but the second half of the Super Bowl, when that defense started to trend downward, he was part of the reason why that happened.
Yeah.
So, you know that, and I think that now that we're in Tuesday and he still hasn't been picked up yet, I think that's taking effect to that. Yeah, it's a sign to it. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. This team is uber talented. And because of it, I want to say A all day. I really do. But they underachieved. And I'm not even talking about the Super Bowl. They underachieved. Even for a 12-5 record, they underachieved. I mean, I expected more out of this team because they got a great offensive line. They have Christian McCaffrey, to me, the best running back in the game today. You have Deebo Samuel, who's the best X factor of the game today. You had Brandon Ayuk, who's now becoming a number one option for a wide receiver. You have George Kittle as a tight end who you ask him to do whatever, run a route or pancake a linebacker. Whatever you ask him to do, he'll do. And Brock Purdy, who basically is, you can say game manager all you want, I don't care. Basically, he's behind center. He's actually being the point guard of the team, which that's what he's supposed to be as a quarterback. He's finding a way to get the ball to the playmaker's hands. That is what a quarterback's supposed to do. Statistically, he did that better than everybody else in the league. Statistically, I'm not saying he, with the eye test, did it. And then defensively, you had Nick Bosa, who had a decent season. Not a great season, but decent season. You had Eric Armstead, who on that line was up and down to the point where he wanted to be extended. The 49ers were like, and we'll talk about that later. And you had great pieces in Fred Warner on one side of the linebacker core and Drake Greenlaw on the other. This team was loaded with talent. And to me, they underachieved. So I give them a B. I want to give them an A, but they underachieved for the talent they got. And Kyle Shanahan. When you have the coin flip one in overtime, give the ball first to the opponent, because even if you score a touchdown, an extra point, you get the ball. That to me was their biggest downfall. I don't think they're getting enough good coaching from not necessarily the coordinators, but from the head guy. And I find that to be problematic.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a huge problem at some point in the future as well. You definitely hit the nail on the head with that one. I mean, and Dante brings a big point up here in the chat. I mean, their Super Bowl window is closing, because at some point in the next year or two, you're going to have to pay Brock Purdy.
He's correct. That's exactly right. 100%, Dante. And I saw your comment. We're gonna read it. We're gonna read it a little later, because I got a chuckle out of it. And everything's good, my man. Everything is real good, and I know everything's even better for you, considering that, if for those who don't know, Dante's a huge Eagles fan. He also says the 49ers are the Dallas Cowboys with playoff wins and no Super Bowl in decades. To your point, the Cowboys haven't made it to the NFC Championship game or Super Bowl in 29 years. Well, the 49ers have made it to the Super Bowl at least, but they haven't won one in 28. So, there you go. And they were a product of being in a down NFC West division. Sort of, I hate to say it, sort of like how their predecessors were in the 80s, where the NFC West was not all that great a division. However, they took it upon themselves to look at the landscape of the rest of the NFC and say, okay, we got to be as good as the Giants, we got to be as good as the Bears, we got to be as good as Washington, because our competition really is not within the division. The competition is those guys, and if we can get better than them, we will be NFC champs and we'll be world champs. I'm not sure if that is what this team does enough of. And yeah, you got to get better coaching for the talent they have, because everything else I'm loving. I'm loving the ownership group because they're staying out of things. John Lynch, who has turned out to be a really good GM, and the coordinators who were really good coordinators. And yes, even the fired Steve Wilkes was a good coordinator, because he had that defense humming. It's not his fault that the effort on the field lacked the execution. Sometimes it did. We saw that in the Super Bowl. So yeah, and your point too, Dante, about they're gonna have to come off with some bread for Purdy. Oh yeah, no question. They're gonna have to. But well, Snowman, I don't think he's gonna like this grade. I don't really care. We're just speaking facts.
That's what you get for all that smack talk all season long.
Oh Lord. Now switching gears to the AFC. Well, no. Before we switch gears, all right. So your overall grade of the NFC West.
It's definitely, you don't have who was it who said we the best? Who was that?
You talking about DJ Khaled?
Yes, I couldn't. I was drawing a blank because it is early in the morning still.
Khaled.
Yeah, I was like, we the best. Yeah,
we the best. Listen, yeah.
No, you're not. That's why. That's why I was throwing it out there like I did. So no, we the best is not happening with this division right here. But I would say, based on the fact that one of their teams represented the entirety of the NFC in the Super Bowl,
yeah,
I think I got to give them the same grade as I gave the 49ers. I'll be generous with this and give them a B minus.
B minus. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll award them to B minus, considering you had a team in the division rep them in the Super Bowl, and the Rams actually making a really good showing, even though they played only one game. Their one game was a really good showing in it against a really good team that it took a massive comeback for the team that represented the division going to Super Bowl to beat by a field goal.
So when you look at it that way, when you got two teams from the same division causing havoc in the playoffs, and you had Matt Stafford getting close to getting over the hump against his old team.
And his old home stadium too.
Yeah, so when I think about all that stuff, I feel like they deserve the B minus grade for the division, even though they're still not. We the best. You know, those of you watching this behind your TV, your tablet, your phone, your computer, you like that? You like that?
No. And we'll talk about Mr. You Like That. Easy Weave. He says, turned off ESPN broadcast because it just sucked. Never heard of y'all, but you're way better. Thank you, my brother. We appreciate that love, and that's how we do it. We just bring it. B minus.
That was a total
Surprise, motherfucker.
Thanks, Weave. We appreciate
and a pleasant one at that. We appreciate you, brother, and hope you keep staying around, my man. B minus is a good grade because I think you hit the nail on the head. You had two teams that made the playoffs. One made a really good showing, although they only played one game in the playoffs, and the other went all the way to Super Bowl and had a lead in overtime. Of course, we'll talk about that game a little later. But I think B minus is a good grade. All right, so switching gears to the AFC West and the Los Angeles Chargers. Good Lord. I almost want to just do this and say, what are your thoughts? But I have to go through what they went through the season. But why am I calling it a bowling shoe ugly season for them? Well, this team had full of potential. Of course, you just heard me talk about the 49ers having a stock full of talent. The same can be said for the Los Angeles Chargers. I mean, you had, on one side of the ball, you have Justin Herbert and Keenan Allen. And I guess you could say Austin Eckler, who just, although it's like a wide receiver in running back's clothing. And you had other talent that, of course, unfortunately, my brain is just locking and thinking about. And then on the other side, you have Joey Bosa. You have Khalil Mack, who to me was probably the best player on the team. You had Derwin James. I mean, you have talent on this team, and they don't realize their potential at all. And it is heartbreaking to watch a team that has that much talent just simply wet the bed. And speaking of Justin Herbert, he struggled, went up and down, and then he was lost for the season. And of course, he was lost during the game where they took an L at home to the Broncos. the part that warmed my heart, the best thing that could have happened to the Chargers, Brandon Staley got fired. That was the best news that I think the Chargers could have ever received. Of course, the 49ers picked him up, and now he's their defense coordinator, but I digress. Now, Gift Smith was the guy to replace him, but we all knew, especially with the good Lord, especially with the 63-21 they took in Vegas. You knew that he was not going to be on that sideline for much longer. So they decided to look and search, and they went to Ann Arbor, and they plucked Jim Harbaugh, who was coming back to California. He's coached in San Diego and San Diego State. He's coached, of course, in San Francisco with the 49ers. Now he's coaching in L.A. So your thoughts on the 5-12 Chargers and the grade, sir?
Well, based on what you just said, you said that the Chargers wet the bed. They not only wet the bed, but they saturated that unit. They saturated it so bad that they wet it so bad that it went through every single fiber of its being. Okay? It was like having a kid that wet a pair of Huggies so bad. Then it started leaking out the front because of how bad it was. And it's not because you didn't change the unit. It's not because it was, it's not like because you let it go too long, you didn't change it. They just had that much built up inside. They had to let out in the middle of the night and saturated that mattress right there. It's what they did at 5-12 for the season. And don't even get me started. That was one thing I forgot about to talk about in the last part of this segment. The fact that the 49ers were stupid enough to bring that man Staley onto their team as the assistant head coach, okay? Because when you take the Y out of that man's name, he is just stale. He is a stale coach, okay? When I look at how – there is no way that Brandon Staley will be saying this line in the upcoming season.
I think I got my swagger back. Oh.
Because you got to have it to begin with before you can lose it and then get it back, okay? And the man never had it, okay? So looking at this record, looking at the 5-12 record, they've made upgrades in this past offseason, well, in this current offseason, because Jim Harbaugh is now in town to coach this team. A former quarterback who's like the quarterback whisperer who should be able to help Justin Herbert get to that point in his career that he needs to get to, that we've been waiting to see since he was drafted by the Chargers, not too long ago. But looking at the 5-12 record, even though I was a little bit nicer to the Cardinals from the past division that we just covered, I think I'm going to have to go a little bit harder on this Chargers team because we expected more. When old BJ Staley, and I say BJ Staley was in there because his middle name is John, taking a page out of the Kyle Nash book where we call them by their whole names, Brandon John Staley. I'm just going to call you BJ Staley because you flat out suck like one. So when you think about it and you put it all into perspective right here, oh, BJ Staley, and how you were such a great coach. Yeah, you were not a great. You were a part of this list right here. Look at this list of dumpster pelicans right here. You were the number one dumpster pelican on that list. Let me bring you back up. Look at the one with the long beak right there. When it comes to head coaches in this past season, I have to give you the number one dumpster pelican award. You, BJ Staley, one, because you have the name BJ for one. You should be getting made fun of every single day with that name. 2, you had a 5-12 record. And 3, the 49ers were stupid enough to bring you on as assistant head coach. You shouldn't be assisting anything but maybe the crossing guard in your local city, helping people get across the street. And you probably would suck doing that too, old BJ Staley. So the reason why your team took was because of everybody but you.
That was a lie.
Thank God.
It absolutely was a lie, because you are the reason why this team took the major L. And I don't think it's a
Surprise, motherfucker.
to anyone.
It's showing.
To anyone.
It's showing.
So because of that, I'm going to give this team a D for this past season.
I would have given this team an F even if they would have won a playoff game with Brandon Staley. Because look, the snowman faithful will tell you they winced every time we talked about the Chargers because they knew I was going to go ham for 1 minute solid on Brandon Staley and his ineffectiveness as a head coach. And because I really felt as though this guy was, and then you have this great talent in Justin Herbert. This guy was dragging him down with the decisions he would make. And I'm thinking, you're in this kid's way to grow. I mean, come on, man. You got to let him grow. And if defense is your specialty, which to me it's not, then find some offensive coaches that can coach this guy up. But no. You figure everything is good, and then you won't take accountability. You won't accept blame when the team is horrible. And of course, they get mollywopped in Vegas, and you're assigning blame everywhere else but yourself. I'm like, this team won't grow because of you, because of that. And I would have given them an F if they were to have, like I said, they went to the playoffs and won a playoff game. Would have given them an F. That's how bad they were, considering that they have the talent to actually do things. The year before, they went to the playoffs as a 5 seed. They went to the playoffs as a 5 seed and had a 27-0 lead the first half. Of course, they ended up with a 33-30. In that same game, but I digress. But that's my point. They went from the number 5 seed 2022 to 5-12 2023. That right there just with the same talent. So that right there tells you the moribund head coaching that they had. So hopefully Harbaugh will rectify that problem and oversight. As for Herbert, now it's almost to the point where now you're asking this guy, okay, you've played pretty much all of your rookie contract. Now we got to see if potential can be realized. And I think that's where the bullseye and the target is going to be on. It's going to be on him now. And justifiably or not, that's where it's going to go now. The team now has to rise or fall with him. And if he's able to accept the challenge, I like where they're going to go. But if he's not able to accept the challenge, he should go the way of Brandon Staley because he's going to hold the team back. So my grade is a D- because I expected more of this team. Heck, you did more last year. You did more the year before when you were on the doorstep to the playoffs, but you screwed the pooch in overtime in week 18 against the Raiders there. This is the same group, and you went in 2023. Inexcusable.
I think I wanted to grade them a little bit worse based on that Raider game right there because that was absolutely atrocious.
It was.
And, I don't want to give too much credit to BJ Staley sucking, okay, in this part. But at the same time, I think that we had looked past the Raiders for a while because of their head coach being Josh McDummy. Okay, it has been a while since I've been able to say that. So
you tend to say it real soon.
Yes, but with him, with old JM over there, he's gone, and then you actually have real leadership in that moment when you have Antonio Pierce, which I think that this game against the Chargers, along with the way the season ended,
was proof of that.
It was proof that he deserved to be an NFL head coach and was given the opportunity this past offseason.
Thank the
So
Lord.
unfortunately, this game was the end of one head coaching career in one city,
Another.
in the beginning of another in Las Vegas. So with Ryan McCoffey's statement over there, definitely
That's it.
was spot on with that.
Mm-hmm.
But looking at this right here, I wanted to grade them a little bit worse based on the beating that they took there, but I felt like there were some other positive things, not many, from the Chargers, but there were some positive parts that I felt like they were warranted a D grade.
Oh, no question. Damn, you will not get an argument out of me on that. Dante says Justin Herbert is a product of college draft overhype. Of course, he came from Oregon. He's by far the weakest link in the AFC quarterbacks. You're only as good as the quarterback. I agree. And of course, you can go through the list of Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, now C.J. Stroud, and Trevor Lawrence. And oh, by the way, there's this guy that wears number 15 who is in red and yellow and plays in KC. Yeah, I agree with you. I
thought we were talking about Hulk Hogan, brother.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. I'm sorry. Ryan McCarthy says, good morning, gentlemen. Brandon Staley is the Aaron Boone of the NFL. I'm glad that Wise wasn't here to have you say that and he read that himself, because I'm sure he, just like you, fellow Yankees fan, would wince hard. Like he got gut punched. Playmaker, what's up, brother? Man, you missed us glowing about your Rams, bro. But I'm glad everything is good with you. He says the Chargers, oh yeah, that's a super spectacular, tremendous failure. Oh yeah. No question, bro. No question. Ryan says, look, after allowing 42 points in the first half against a Raiders team that scored 0 points in a loss 4 days before, the writing was on the wall for one Brandon John Staley. Yeah.
Staley.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They got skunked at home to the Vikings. But then they explode for 63. That right there to me is part and parcel why I'm like, I just ain't feeling the Chargers at all. And if they don't get rid of Brandon Staley, then it must be something that's amiss and dirty in that water, because the Spanos family must not care about what direction of this team. That's really how I felt. Because I'm like, I was like, man, I trumpeted his departure long before then. But I was like, man, you got to act. And thankfully they did, because I think they saw this probably all throughout that game in Vegas. And the ears must have been burning. What is up, Mr. Wise Elefe? Stuck in My Mind podcast, my mentality brother. What's up, man? Hope everything's good with you and your world. Here's a grade that Playmaker gives the Rams. He says, I give them, to be unbiased, a B. Overachiever on everyone. Okay. Yeah, I can see that. Although I think that maybe just a little bit high, but we understand you do Ramley talk, so we understand that. You probably would have given him an A because you didn't expect him to go as far as they did. None of us did. Let's be completely forthright. But the Chargers, again, you all were. And now I'm getting ill. I'm thinking about Brandon Staley again. All right, from one team that had head coaching issues to another in the Denver Broncos. Now, they finished the season at 8-9 with Sean Payton taking over for Nathaniel Hackett. I can't believe Nathaniel Hackett actually had a head coaching position. But Sean Payton took over as head coach of the Broncos. And right away and all throughout the season, he and Russell Wilson butted heads publicly as well as privately all throughout the season. And in their 1-5 start, one of those L's they took was one where they scored 20, but their opponent at the Dolphins scored 70. Yes, right. the the 2023 Broncos have the distinction, the dubious one I may add, of being the first team to give up 70 points in 57 years. No NFL team has given up that many points for that amount of time. That's how bad this beginning was for them. However, they found their will, and they won 5 straight after that putrid 1-5 start. What jump-started them was a 24-9 W at home against the Chiefs. We'll talk about that a little more in depth when we get to the Chiefs. But the 22-17 L in Houston pretty much was the beginning of the end for this team. Even after the spectacular Sunday night game they had against the Vikings, that they came from behind and they willed their way to victory, that all got lost because then they went on this downward spiral where you actually saw explosions of the sideline between Peyton and Wilson, where Wilson got dressed down publicly by Peyton on the sideline. Well, we'll talk about Russ Wilson a little later, and we'll actually talk about a little Jerry Jeudy now. Russ Wilson, Jerry Jeudy, they parted ways. We'll talk about Wilson later. Jerry Jeudy now is a member of the Browns. So you have that. Your thought on this 8-9 squad and the grade that you give them?
I think this team could have been potentially a little bit better. They could have potentially been 9-8 had they let Russell Wilson finish the season out. But based on what we've seen in free agency this past week, there's a reason why he didn't play, because they didn't want to have to pay him money and not getting production out of him, even though that's what they're going to have happen after what's happened in free agency, because they're going to be giving him like 98% of his salary this season to play somewhere else. Yeah. So looking at the Denver Broncos and what they did in this past year, like you said, 8-9, very shaky performance starting out the year. Then you give up 70 points to the Dolphins, which was like the Dolphins Super Bowl of the year. Basically. And from that point forward, it was an uphill battle, even though the Broncos did make a respectable effort from the head coaching position, from Sean Payton, doing what he did to build this team up. Jerry Jeudy's gone. You got Russell Wilson gone now as a result of this offseason moves. But 8-9 is a very underwhelming record when you have the talent on the roster that you've acquired and making the trade for Sean Payton. I would love to give them a worse grade than what I gave the Chargers, but unfortunately, old BJ Staley had to screw it up even more to where I have to give the Broncos a better grade than what I gave old BJ Staley. I think, with that being said, because they were 8-9, and it could have been worse, I'm going to have to give them a C-.
C- for them? Okay.
And I'm being a little generous with it, but based on the fact that they went from where they were in 2022 with Hackett, letting him go, going through the turmoil there, trading for Sean Payton. It didn't start out great this past season because the first month they were playing terrible. Right. Then they start to trend upward, even though they did what they did with the last 2 games of the season and benching Russell Wilson, and they could have been better there had he played. Because, again, look at his touchdown to interception ratio. And that he had a better performance the year before. Based on the fact that they improved from the 2022 season, even though we felt like they should have improved more than what they did, I feel like it's still fair to give them a C-.
All right, so to me, I think what saved their season was that five-game winning streak stretch in the middle of it, because I mentioned the Sunday night come from behind victory at home against the Vikings. The road game that was on Monday night against the Bills, where they came from behind to win that one. I think that probably is I would probably say that is as close to a gold star moment for that team as possible for them in 2023. You could do the 24-9 victory at home against the Chiefs, but to me, it's like, okay, so you could probably write it off as a fluke. The Chiefs, we'll talk about how putrid they were in that game. But you would think, okay, well, this probably was a fluke. This probably is going to be a one-off, and they'll go back to the losing ways. But no, they started to get on a roll, and having that type of victory in Buffalo makes you think, okay, well, I guess this team has something in them. Okay. And to me, that stretch, I think, saves them from me giving them a straight up D, because I would have. And in my opinion, I would have given them that because Sean Payton should not dress down Russell Wilson publicly like he did in that game against the Lions. That was thoroughly embarrassing. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't chastise him for doing something that you disagree with, or take it to task or hold him accountable. No. When a head coach attacks a quarterback, that is a bad look for the rest of the team, because they're going to look at the quarterback and say, okay, you must not have any balls. Let's just be completely forthright. That is how a team looks at a head coach, just simply stripping down a quarterback of his masculinity in front of the team. Especially if you don't fire back. Like for example, like if you had a fiery coach like Bill Parcells, and of course Sean Payton came from the Bill Parcells tree, so a lot of what he does comes from what Bill Parcells does or did. So if you were like Bill Parcells and you had a quarterback like Phil Simms, where you would actually see Parcells go at Simms would go right back at Parcells. That will make the team say, "Oh, okay, so he has a little moxie. He doesn't just take crap. He actually can dish it out too. Cool, all right." But when they see the QB do like what Russ did, and it's like, okay, fine, I'll just take this like it's medicine that I got to take. That's like Robitussin and I have a cold. That's going to make a team say, well, we can't really believe in you, Russ, because the head coach doesn't. That's a bad look, and I would have given a D just for that. But that stretch in the middle, I think that's why I'll give them a C-, because they showed some heart. So I appreciate that they showed heart, but that team should have done better. All the way around, that team should have done better.
Yeah, based on the hype that they've had in previous seasons, with the other moves that they have made, they definitely underperformed in some aspects. But based on the uphill climb that they made from the Nathaniel Hackett days the year before, I felt like it was fair enough to give them the grade that I did. And like, so I'm not mad at what you threw out either, but overall, this team still has a lot of work to do this offseason to get back to any type of respectable way that this team has been known to display in their franchise's history over the past 25 years. Yeah. So hopefully they're getting to work right now, and they've been at work during this offseason to improve the core that they have right now.
Yeah, there isn't a single syllable I disagree with on that one. I would 100% agree with you. Wyatt, who of course is a huge Giants fan, he says they get an F-, not an incomplete, an F- in free agency. Why? Because they waved goodbye to Saquon Barkley and they didn't get they got Devin Singletary as a replacement. And at least you have a reunion with Brian Daboll. My bad. Ryan McCarthy says, I can't believe Nathaniel Hackett has a job in the NFL, period. And the reason why he can say that, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ryan McCarthy, probably one of the biggest Jets fans you'll ever meet. And Mr. Hackett is the Jets offensive coordinator at present. Playmaker says, oh, my bad. You were talking about the Broncos. Facepalm emoji. I'm sorry. Oh, so you give them a B. Is that what you're saying, Playmaker? No, I'm just joking. I know you're not. Dante says, Denver gets a D. Sean Payton and Bill Parcells is the same, save Hall of Fame QB. No reason for the nonsense he displayed this year in a team that has so much potential. Thank you, Dante. Thank you, Dante. Because that makes the team not believe in one another, and it makes the team not want to believe in him. Because it's like, okay, if you're going to be dressing down people and make people feel like this big, then why should we even go out there and play for you? Like I get that you got to be tough, And I played with tough coaches. I get that. But sometimes those tough coaches have to show that humility and show the humanity and say, okay, I see you. You're doing a good job. I want you to keep going, but go ahead. But if you're going to be constantly saying you suck, you suck, you suck, you suck, you hear about 4 months of that, you be like, you're going to check out. And you saw that. You saw that. Again, Giants fan extraordinaire. Wise, he says, look, Russ is not built like Sims. Please, sir, because you've watched football as long as I have. Name me a QB who has, who is built like him in terms of he could take everything. He could take Parcells getting after him. He could take the offensive line getting after him. He could take the New York crowd getting after him and still play the way he played.
Probably the closest comparison we can throw at that would be Brady. Yeah. He's not playing right now, but most recently playing because of when you. I don't know if you've seen the Dynasty series on Apple Plus. If you haven't, definitely go and check it. For those of you who haven't, go check it. If you want to see a coach give their quarterback a hard time and then dish it out to the remainder of the team,
Belichick.
These guys are acting like snowflakes in Denver in comparison to what they had to deal with in New England for 20 years. Yeah. So, I hear what you guys are saying. And, yeah, they deserve a D in some aspects. And I'm not even mad at what you guys are throwing out there. But based on the stretch of good play that they had before things went downhill again at the end of the season, I just felt like it warranted a C-. Oh,
I agree. All I'm saying is you could be tough. That's cool. I get that. Believe me. Basic. I understand it. But, I also know, also being in basic, you could see people checking out. And I think that's what we saw. And that's all I'm saying. And I agree with you. There's a syllable I disagree with you on the grading and the reason of the grading. And maybe Peyton saw that his team needed to be a little tougher than they were, and they aren't. So there's that. So you raise a really good point.
Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Now, to a team that I think has that coach now that would infuse that toughness in them from the head coaching position, the Las Vegas Raiders. Then they started off real shaky, 3-5, before giving the guy that my partner calls Josh McDummy or Josh McDaniels the heave-ho. Then they promoted Antonio Pierce to be the interim head coach. And with him being that, you actually saw a culture change right away. 2 beautiful victories, I think, paved the way for the rest of the season. Now, yes, they finished 8-9, so you saw that they didn't have the greatest of seasons to end it. But a team that went 5-4 down the stretch after starting 3-5 with the same makeup, that should tell you something. The culture change was evident, but the talent just simply wasn't. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo, no, he just wasn't it. When you can have Aiden O'Connell play better than him, and not only that, but take PEDs and still fail. Come on, porn star Jimmy. Really? And then you had the 3-0. Oh Lord, I have the letter here. At home to the Vikings, that people said the game set back, that particular game set back the industry for 50 years. But then you have Josh Jacobs, who wanted a big-time contract. He was franchise tagged and got a 1-year deal. Well, now he's gone bye-bye. He now is a Packer. And he's gone because of Zamir White's emergence late in the season. And speaking of bright spots, Zamir White is one of them. And then, of course, you had the 63-point game that we talked about against the Chargers. with the dominant physical play in Arrowhead to fortify that, a 20-14 victory, and really the game was not that close on Christmas Day, making the Chiefs look really bad. Your thoughts on the Raiders and your grade?
You know, it was like the Raiders and the Broncos flip-flopped.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Broncos started out the year a little shaky, but then built up on something before they imploded at the end. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The Raiders started out rough, but then they were building up something special towards the end of the year.
Yeah.
Which is why Antonio Pierce's job was definitely still waiting for him when he into the season. So looking at how they played, you know, I already gave Jimmy G a hard time a couple weeks ago when we found out about how he took the roids and then still sucked. Okay.
Yes, it was warranted.
Yes. So, you know, and then you have Aiden O'Connell coming in there and doing what he did is, you know, a very young quarterback who still has a lot of growth ahead of him. And, you know, we saw the Raiders make a move yesterday where they brought in Uncle Rico to compete at the quarterback position, you know, for the 2024 season. So that's going to be interesting to see how that works out there. But now that we are pre-Uncle Rico here in our grades for what they did in the 2023 season,
makes an appearance, Lord.
I think that we should give them, based on what we're going to have to talk about for the upcoming team, then we're going to have to give them a C+.
Okay.
Because, you know, I was generous in what I did with the Broncos, gave them a C-. Now looking here at the Raiders with what they did, you got rid of Josh McDummy, okay? Then, I can't get excited enough. You get rid of Josh McDummy. Then you bring old AP in to help from the defensive side, get the team a little juiced up. And even though we're going to talk about NFL free agency moves, I really like the Christian Wilkins move to help out Max Crosby over there on the defensive side. That's going to be a huge spark when you got left and right coming at you. And, you know, he was definitely a big spark for the Dolphins, which they're going to miss him.
Oh, God, yes.
Looking at what happened for the 2023 season and what they were able to do without Christian Wilkins, halfway dealing with Josh McDummy, and then the other half of the season with what you got, I got to give them a C+. I like what I saw out of the Raiders with the little bit that they had. Now you got Uncle Rico coming from the Colts. You got Christian Wilkins coming over there to help the defense out. They can make a few more moves during this offseason and continue to build this team. We could see something special over here brewing in Las Vegas, other than this past Super Bowl than what we saw in that stadium.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. All right. Now I did intentionally leave out two names that I think will play a big role in the immediate future of this team. You mentioned one of them in Max Crosby, who to me is the best player on the team right now. And there's not even a question. Max Crosby is the best player on the team. But I left him out for a reason. The other is Devontae Adams, and I think he will make a big difference, and he will make a quarterback look good. I think all he needs is just the touches. That's all he needs. The targets. I think that's all he needs. If this team was 8-9 and Josh McDaniels was still the head coach of the team, I would have given them a D, because that would have been, to me, a mark not necessarily for the team but the front office, because they would still have had him there at the sideline thinking everything is good to go and they can bounce and they can propel themselves from there. But they made not the greatest of free agent signings leading into the year, and I'm not a big fan of Josh McDaniels either. But they get rid of Josh McDaniels in the middle of the season, so the grade gets upped, and it gets I'm trying to think how's the wording of it. It gets upgraded. Thank you. So the D gets upgraded to C-. All right, so they put Antonio Pierce in place. I'm expecting to see the shoe drop, because they did the same thing with Rich Bisciotti, who he had the team, everything was great, and they were like, "Screw you, yeah, you got us to the playoffs, but you're not a big name, you suck, get out." So I was thinking, okay, they may do the same with Antonio Pierce. They shouldn't, because I like how this team is going. I upgrade that to a C. Here's why I get to Max Crosby. This dude who was pulling the wagon for the team, he actually had the balls, and I love it, to say, quote, "If you do not get Antonio Pierce to strip that interim off his tag and have him be the head coach of this team, consider me a free agent." Close quote. When I heard that come from his mouth and backing a guy who belongs at the head coach position of that team, I upgraded this to a C+, because I'm loving the fact that this team is actually loving him. They are backing Antonio Pierce, and he has the biggest backing that you need in your best player, saying, "This is our guy, and we're going to be playing for him." So because of the fact that they had the slow start, but they slowly built to where you're now looking at this team, and Antonio Pierce himself said it. Yeah, we're gonna be problems. We're gonna cause some problems next year. You doggone right you are. You went into the team that we're gonna talk about next in their crib and you punk them. Yeah, you're gonna cause a lot of problems because the team believes in you, and I love that. You had a third string quarterback play lights out. Yeah, how can the team not believe in you? And a rookie running back, and you had those pieces, and you relied on Max Crosby's pass rushing skills. I mean, bravo. I mean, with very little talent, you got that out of your team. Yeah, C+. And I'm loving the direction the team's going.
It's going to be interesting to see how things pan out for the upcoming years to come with what they've got in their coaching room and what they're building on all three phases of offense, defense, and special teams. I think we could see the Raiders at the top of the division at some point in the future.
Oh, I agree. Snowman, he says, two of my faves. Good morning. Good morning to you, my man. Much prayers to you. I hope everything is well with you. And I've heard that things are on the mend for you, so congrats on that. And
good morning, Snowman.
And we appreciate you joining us, man. Thank you. And now we get to the final team of the grading system. And yes, just like Vanessa Williams, we did save the best for last. Kansas City Chiefs, they finished the season 11-6. They lost the first game of the season 21-17 to the Lions. Oh, I'm sorry, I said this and did this all wrong. The very first game of the season, the Chiefs took to Arrowhead and took a 21-17. But that's okay. They rebounded fast and they won 6 straight. Reeled off that winning streak, and people were saying, okay, well, the defending Super Bowl champs look like they're regaining form. Everything seemed to be clicking, at least offensively. That's the case. Then the game I mentioned earlier when we talked about the Broncos, the 24-9. At Invesco Field in Mile High. And that game to me is huge because that really showed and signaled signs of the future for the team, because the offense started to mightily struggle. And the defense wasn't all the way there yet, but they were showing signs that they were improving, and they were showing signs that they weren't pushovers. And it started in that game, in my opinion. And I did mention that the offense struggled. Yes, they did win against the Dolphins, but only scored 21 points in that game. Of course, that was in Germany. They lost at home to the Eagles on Monday night, 21-17. That was a struggle for them. 27-19 L in Green Bay, where the offense just simply could not get on sync. And then the 20-17 loss to the Bills at home, where they made a wonderful hook and lateral play from Kelsey to Kadarius Toney. But Mr. Toney decided to line up on sides, which caused them to have probably the biggest of the year. And good Lord. That actually was the determining factor of who was going to host the game between the Bills and Chiefs in January. That particular game right there. However, I mentioned 21-14 win against the Dolphins, 21-17 loss to the Eagles, 27-19 loss to the Packers, 20-17 loss to the Bills. The defense became the stronger unit as the season wore on. And that, of course, was the fact that now we're starting to see, to me, the best player on the team, Chris Jones, have a presence on the team. Now, yes, he wanted to have a contract, didn't have it, sat out the first game. They said, okay, well, we'll talk. We'll talk during the season, and we'll sign you to a really nice contract for this season. Here you go, big fella. He signed on the dotted line, and then he got on the field, and they immediately started to win. However, even though I'd say the Bills was the biggest loss of the season for them, the most humbling L they took was the Christmas Day game in Arrowhead against the Raiders. Why? Because the Chiefs are more talented than the Raiders. The Chiefs, even though I do believe in Antonio Pierce, let's be real, the Chiefs had better coaching experience than the Raiders. The Chiefs offensively, easily, just at the quarterback position alone, is better. Now the defense, they might have been a push a little, but the way the Chiefs were playing defensively, I would actually say the Chiefs had a little bit of advantage over the Raiders defensively. Yet the Chiefs did not come to play; the Raiders did, and that's why I say that was the most humbling loss they had, and I think that was a loss they needed to take, because then they reeled off win after win after win, and we'll skip the rest of the regular season and go right into the playoffs. In -4-degree weather in Arrowhead, they took the Dolphins and just simply dismantled them 26-7, punching them in the mouth. And Rashee Rice, who I think is going to be a new star in the making, having 130 yards in that game, pasted them to a W there in the wild card round. Then people were saying, well, every game that Patrick Mahomes has played in the playoffs has been at home. He now has a road playoff game to play. And I'll even say this. I even thought the Chiefs was going to lose, not necessarily because of them, but because I thought the Bills would be playing with the added incentive of this team is not this off 2 times in the playoffs. Now we get them in our crib. So there should not be an excuse. We should win against this team, yet the Bills took a nasty to the Chiefs in the divisional round, and we get to say those 2 words that make Bills fans' blood run cold: wide right. Then we get to the AFC Championship game, and that is also on the road, but I learned my lesson. I picked the Chiefs to beat the Ravens, and they did so 17-10, actually playing the Ravens style of game against them, which was to get out to an early lead, manage the game offensively the rest of the way, and just keep punching them and punching them and punching them out on both sides of the ball, rendering whatever the Ravens were going to do meaningless and pointless. And that is when I knew they were going to win the Super Bowl, because I was like, okay, so they can play any style they want, and they want to be physical. I'm loving this about this team, And then we get to the Super Bowl. Super Bowl 58, Las Vegas. The first half just was not in the cards for them. The second half, they rebounded after the Mahomes interception early in the third quarter. They then get their footing. They tie the game at 16. Then they have to deal with a 19-16 deficit late in the game, late in the regulation, kick a field goal to send it in overtime. It came this close to actually pulling out in the regulation, but didn't. Then third, I forgot, I think it was 3rd and 6, I think at the Chiefs 9 to start overtime. Chris Jones. And this is why, although I understood that Patrick Mahomes was going to win the MVP of the Super Bowl, this play right here to me is why Chris Jones should have been the Super Bowl MVP, because he came this close to sacking Brock Purdy, forcing a bad throw. And of course, they kick a field goal, which set the stage and table for Patrick Mahomes to pull a Joe Montana in Super Bowl 23 and march him down the field calmly, coolly, and collectively to a 25-22 W to be not only the Super Bowl 58 champs, not only the back-to-back world champs, but also the AFC West champs, a number 3 AFC playoff seed, the Lamar Hunt Trophy champ, or the AFC champ, and the NFL world champions. And to boot, since they've won 3 out of the last Super Bowls, now we have our latest dynasty in the NFL. Your thoughts on the Taylor Swift loving Travis Kelce team, and your grade.
Before I get to that, I do need to address that I feel like the Taylor Swift jerseys are a bit much. Okay. If you haven't seen the Swift 87s, the Travis Swift jerseys,
I have.
They are a little bit ridiculous. You guys need to reel it back in a little bit. I mean, because, yeah, you've made some money for the NFL, Taylor. Okay, congratulations. Congratulations. I'm happy for you.
Gosh.
But you don't deserve a jersey. You weren't out there actually playing in -4-degree temperature like your other half who's been going to the zoo with you and doing all these extra trips since the NFL season has ended. Okay. But based on what we saw, and, you know, shout out to Dante, who's throwing some like gems in the comments right now.
He is.
And one of them that I'll bring up right now, I know we'll go through the rest of them later, but one of them I want to bring up right now is the Chiefs dynasty is way more enjoyable to watch than the Patriots. Absolutely. Which is why I'm going to give them a very nice grade on this one, because looking at the Chiefs dynasty in comparison to the Patriots one, even though the Patriots basically had 2 dynasties, because they had the 2000s and then they had the 2010s, winning 3 Super Bowls in those dynasty parts throughout a extended dynasty of 18, 19, 20 years. Okay. Now with the Chiefs, I think the difference that we're seeing here is, one, this is more of a homegrown, well, I wouldn't say homegrown, but more of a core-based team that's been built where they were all young, and then you develop them to where they're at now, okay? With the Patriots, you're bringing in pieces here, pieces there, and then you had Belichick, who was like the most blandest personality to have on the podium to give you sound bites and to like kind of give you an inside of the team, because he didn't want you to know anything of the inside of the team. The Chiefs are different, where they have personality. Yeah, they're not going to open their playbook to you, but at the same time, they're a little bit more personable when it comes to answering the questions, getting out in the public eye. It was like Belichick shunned his players by doing that, to where, for the most part, the only one that was exposed to the public eye to get endorsements, to get a little extra help outside the NFL, was Tom Brady. And Tom Brady had to kind of do that on his own based on elevating his play to get that type of recognition. With the Chiefs, is different because you have many different stars that have been established. You have arguably the greatest tight end of all time with Travis Kelce, with what he's built himself up into be, especially within the past 5 years. Had we been talking about Travis Kelce as the best tight end to ever play in the NFL 5 years ago, I'd say it's a bit far-fetched and a bit of a stretch. He has, since they've been winning Super Bowls, since he's been doing what he's been doing in the playoffs, now that Gronk is out of the league, you can now see him establish himself as the best tight end in the game right now but he is quickly getting himself into the greatest tight end to ever play in the NFL if he isn't already there in the conversation. Then you got what Patrick Mahomes is doing is like a magician back there in the quarterback position. And you bring in a rookie in Rashee Rice, and he helps elevate the game. That looked like Tyreek Hill 2.0 over there. So even though they were hurting in the past couple of seasons since Tyreek Hill was gone, they've won 2 Super Bowls without him now. And, with what they did with the rookie wide receiver, it proved that, he's a talented receiver that they found and drafted, but it still also proves that Andy Reid's got a lot left in the tank as a head coach. Right. Yeah, he's older, and he might be closer to retiring than he is towards having another 10 years in his career, because I don't think Andy Reid will be there another 10 years. I think he can get another 4 to 5 years into coaching this team, and it's based on the grade that I'm about to give them now. When you look at what this team did in this year, they were getting shade thrown at them left and right as there was no chance in them repeating. And there were some of us, even myself, who were saying, it's looking like it could go that way. When you look at what they did the first half of the season, the fact that they finished 11-6, they went through those different games getting beat up on, like you said, in that Raider game right there was probably the one that humbled them the most, getting ready for this playoff run, because had they not received that type of loss like that, we would not have seen the Kansas City Chiefs repeat and go back-to-back, getting their 3rd Super Bowl in the past 5 seasons. So looking at what they had to overcome, they were getting banged up left and right with some injuries here and there, but also having some shortcomings with the talent and what they were getting out of the talent throughout this 17-game season, to come back and do the things they did to end the season. Looking at the season as a whole, based on the talent that they have, not only on all 3 phases of the game, but in their head coach, as their head coach, offensive coordinator, defense coordinator, and they did this in their first year without Eric Bieniemy. That's another big point too. They did this in their first year without their offensive coordinator / head coach they had for the entirety of this run up until this year, for them to not only overcome those shortcomings, get to the playoffs, get to the Super Bowl, and win in the fashion they did. I'm giving this team an A-.
Okay. All right. I can see that. If I were to grade them just on the regular season alone, I probably would just give them a B. If I were to do that, but I have to take everything else in totality. They learned their lessons from the regular season, took it to the playoffs, and they had a really good run. And because of that, I have to also go A- with the grade. And there's many reasons as to why I should give them an A-. This is a team that they were built offensively to go and go and go. And now defensively, they can hang with you and they can punch you in the mouth. And offensively, they can actually adjust along with you and say, okay, well, we can punch too. I mean, we got a decent running back who likes to do that in Isaiah Pacheco. I think we could do that. And the line's good. And I think the line wants to run block as much as they want to pass protect. So, okay, good. We could do this. Now, we may not have the greatest of wide receiving core. I mean, we had Marcus Valdez-Scantling. Of course, is no longer on the team. We have McCole Hardman. We had, I believe it's going to be Kadarius Toney. But yeah, the bright spot is obviously Rashee Rice. And what I also loved about Andy Reid is that, and to your point, the reason why this team is going to be more enjoyable to watch in terms of understanding and digesting what they are, Andy Reid. It is that factor right there. We think of him as like this lovable teddy bear grandpa figure who all he wants to do is just have a good time. That's just him. But when it gets to football, he's all about the business, and we all know that. But his personality is so infectious, it's really difficult to hate the team because of him. And he also, what we learned is he's able to adjust. So it's like, okay, so we're not going to be the explosive team we were 4 years ago. I think we could do 3, 4, 5 yards of cloud of dust to match the defensive effort. I think that because I think it will help the defense out if we were to not be all about looking for the big strike every possession. Okay, I think we could do that. Having that adjustment, I think, is key, and it was beautiful because it actually helped them in this playoff stretch. Because if they were to still be this, we're looking for the home run every single down, they would have taken an L in Buffalo or in Baltimore or in the Super Bowl. At any point in juncture, they would have. Because we got a chance to see a team that is like that, and the Dolphins and the Chiefs played them. Because they're looking for the home run every single possession. And when when either the weather or the team or both just simply will not allow you to do it, you won't come up with that TD. You won't come up with that 50, 60, 70-yard bomb. It just won't happen. So sometimes you got to wear defenses down to where you can go for it at an opportune moment. So we actually saw a maturation process with the whole team because of the biggest pieces, because of Reed, because of Mahomes, because of Kelsey, and because of Chris Jones. And now I will throw my platitude towards Chris Jones right now. This team now, yes, the most important player on the team is Patrick Mahomes. No question about that. The best player on the team is Chris Jones. And the reason why is because this guy seems to now be so important in the game plan of the whole team, where you now are forcing opponents to game plan for him probably as hard as you would for number 15. You got a game plan of 95 as hard as you got a game plan of number 15. And when you can have that as game planning for that Sunday, you can make both offense and defense coordinators have gray hairs that quick. That is the makings of a true dynasty that can last a few years. And we're only talking about Jones, who's 29, and Mahomes, who I think will be 28 coming in September. Mm-hmm. So they're young-ish. Now, of course, there's going to be pieces that are going to move on because you got Kelsey, who's 34. So he's going to have probably 2, maybe 3 good years, and he'll ride off the sunset, and hopefully he'll ride the sunset, marrying Taylor Swift, and be happy.
To help you out, Mahomes be 29 in September.
29. Okay, thank you.
Tony Reale.
Oh, thank you.
Tony Reale stats.
Thank you. I forgot what Tony Carranza calls him, but stat guy.
Yeah,
stat guy. Thank you, stat guy. But still, that still brings my point. They're young. They're young at the biggest parts of it. You have your biggest offensive piece, who's in his prime but still young. Yeah, your biggest defensive piece, who is in his prime and he's still young too. And you have the team committed to both heavily. Obviously, because, well, we're not going to talk about it, but we can say it here. Jones got a big fat contract served to him thanks to that performance in the playoffs and definitely the Super Bowl. And now he's going to be a Chief probably for the rest of his career. We already know Mahomes is going to be a Chief for the rest of his. We already know that. So you have that commitment with them. And it gives me it makes me focus on a really good point that Dante said, talking about the GM that drafts great. It's obviously they know how to pick certain spots to accentuate what they have, because defensively there's some really good pieces that you don't talk about. Nick Bolton is one example. Talk on it. There's a cornerback that I'm thinking about, and I can't think of its name. It's another. So you got pieces. You got pieces there on defense that can help out Chris Jones that you don't really talk about in terms of, wow, this guy is a difference maker, but they are. And offensively, they're trying to do the same thing, but you have 2 big cogs that help you out. And Mahomes on offense and Jones on defense. So to me, the other reason as to why they're enjoyable to watch, I love watching Mahomes play, and I actually love watching Chris Jones play. I've been loving Chris Jones for many years now. And now that he's getting his flowers, I'm loving it even more because now we're getting a chance to see what a defensive lineman can do to influence a game. And when you can see a defensive lineman just take over a game, and this is the offensive lineman in me speaking when I say this, I love it when a big boy can just simply dominate. Because to me, and I'm sure Drew will agree with me when I say this, the game is won in the trenches. The game is won in the trenches. If you don't have the right offensive lineman and the right defensive lineman to do what they're supposed to do and dictate how a game is supposed to be played, the offense can do whatever they want, or the defense can do whatever they want. In this case, you can't do whatever you want with that Chiefs defense because number 95 is going to dictate otherwise. And he now can pick his spots. It's similar to what Aaron Donald was a few years back. He pick and choose his spots as to when to attack, and when he does, there isn't a thing you can do to stop him. So, right now, Mr. Jones, if you're watching, I'm giving you flowers, sir. You're the best player on the Chiefs, and you're one of the best. You're one of the best interior linemen in the league. And I want you to continue to dominate the way you're doing because they will go as far as you go. Just as sure as we could say they'll go as far as Mahomes will go, the Chiefs will go as far as you will go too. And because of that, they're going to be a dynasty I think you will see for years to come.
Oh, absolutely. Because he's still got a lot of youth left in him. He's still got a lot of time left in this league. I just look and think, how would it have been had the Raiders picked up Chris Jones and you had Max Crosby and him on the same side of the ball? Christian Wilkins, I don't want to throw any shade at that because that was still definitely a great pickup.
That would have been nasty.
But yeah, Chris Jones and Max Crosby. Wow. That would have been absolutely great. But no, you made the right choice going back to where you've already established yourself. You've already won 3 Super Bowls. The fact that they've got Mahomes and him locked up for years to come.
Yeah.
Kelsey's a wild card because you don't know how many years he's going to play.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I think you at least got one. You got the one, but potentially 2 years left out of him. I think after that, he's going to call it a career. At most 2 years. We're definitely will see this year. If he trends downward, then we're going to see the end of the Kelsey era in Kansas City after 12 seasons. If this upcoming season's his last one, if he trends downward, or if the team doesn't have the success that they do. But if they win a 3rd consecutive Super Bowl, I think he'll come back for a 13th season in 2025. So we'll have to see how things pan out, but it's definitely looking good. They're definitely winning so far in the offseason moves as far as retaining, Chris Jones. What they did this past year, we both agree that they had a great year, but I'm looking forward to getting to these free agents. I am too. Free agent moves here after here in a moment.
I am too. Dante, he says, "Look, I'm not buying the team plays for the coach. We've seen this so many times before with the Raiders. The issue will be the owners treating the team like a conversation piece." I will agree to disagree with you on that. I disagree with you because I have actually played on teams where I have seen where we play for the coach. We don't play for a bigger purpose than that, because we buy into what the coach is telling us. We want to play hard and not disappoint the old man, as we would say. That's how teams get, and I believe that's how this Raiders team is. They are to the point where it's like, okay, we do not want to disappoint Antonio, because I think he's that type of guy where he's like, I don't really want to get on this bad side. I mean, we saw how he was when he was a linebacker with the Giants. I don't think he's much different, and it looks like he actually is a pretty good guy to boot. Oh, heck yeah, you want to play for a guy like that. Now, to your point about bowl cut, I agree with you. I'm not the biggest fan of Mark Davis, but I think they could play in spite of him, not because of him. He also says, look, the Chiefs Super Bowl window is wide open. 100% agree with you. I have so much respect for Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes to beat 2 super stacked teams with superior players back-to-back in the Super Bowl. And we had 7 Pro Bowls talking about the Eagles. And the 49ers had 8. I got to give them credit too, and I got to give them respect for that as well. I love what I'm seeing with the Chiefs. And of course, he did say that he thinks the dynasty of the Chiefs is way more enjoyable to watch than the Patriots. I'll even go so far as to say they're going to be as enjoyable, if not more enjoyable to watch than the Cowboys were in the 90s. Because to me, the Cowboys dynasty was more like star players pulling the wagon. This isn't the case here. Although, yeah, you do have star players that are doing it. It's more along the lines you got two guys who think, yeah, we're studs, but we have to believe the rest of the team has to pull it with us. And when those two can sell the rest of the team saying, oh, we're part of this too, it makes the whole thing even more enjoyable to watch.
I mean, yeah, of course, you got star players on both sides of the ball, like, Chris Jones, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce. But the one thing that Mahomes does is he spreads that ball around. There's 7, 8, 9 different receivers between running backs, wide receivers, and tight ends that he's got between the two tight ends. He's got so many different weapons. When you have that many people coming together to play ball, the sky's the limit because you got so many different options you can work with.
I agree. He says, look, a lot of Patriots games and lots of Patriots player games were not close or entertaining. Yeah, I agree with you there. He goes on to say, too, look, to me, it's the quarterback duels. You got Josh Allen, you got Tua Tagovailoa, you got Lamar Jackson, you got Joe Burrow. It's like the Peyton Mannings, the Joe Flaccos, the Big Ben Roethlisbergers, the Tom Bradys. Yeah, and look, I can go even further. I mean, it could be, the Jim Kellys, the Warren Moons, the Dan Marinos, even the Ken O'Briens for a couple of years. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing that type of quarterback crop definitely in the AFC, and that's what's going to make this dynasty run even more interesting because you got a lot of good top guns that's going to be gunning for them. And you get to see the metal of this dynasty lasting because of it. He also says, look, it's funny when you look at Andy Reid. You think offense, but if you look at the history of his head coaching career, he's had really great defenses. Look at the Philly Ford NFC Championship game runs they've had and the Super Bowl run. I'm with you. And yes, I'm glad you mentioned that point because this goes to me, I think, the best coordinator, at least in the last 25 years when it comes to the playoffs. One, Mr. Steve Spagnuolo. This guy game plans for a singular week better than anybody that I have seen in the last 2 decades. I don't know how he does it. He did it when he was a DC of the Giants. He's doing it now. And I don't know how he keeps doing it. And he keeps turning out these Super Bowl winning, not just Super Bowl attending, Super Bowl winning defenses. But he just keeps doing it year after year after year. And you just keep wowing yourselves. We're like, doggone. And look, I gave Chris Jones his flowers. I'm going to give Steve Spagnuolo his. To me, he had that defense say, okay, look, we're going to have to be the ones who bring the bacon. It's resting on us. So we got to do the job. He could have rested his laurels and say, well, this is an offensive team because we got an offensive-minded head coach. We're good. And we got one of the biggest studs in the history of the quarterback position on the other side of the ball. We don't have to do jack. But he's not. He's like, no, we're going to take it upon ourselves. And, they're struggling. We got to bring it. And yeah, you have that, and of course, this very well, Dante. With those Eagles teams, you had Jim Johnson, one of the greatest defensive coordinators that we've ever seen, and I do mean that, one of the greatest we have ever witnessed. And God rest his soul. He believed in pressure. And when you had that as an offensive mind, and you don't even have to worry about the defense, which I think the opposite is what Bill Belichick tried to do, where it's like, look, my focus is defense. Whatever you do on offense, I really could give a crap about. When you have that focus, with Andy Reid's like, I can take care of the offense. Jim, can you take care of the defense in Philly and in KC? Steve, can you take care of the defense? I mean, to the point where Steve is the assistant head coach of the Chiefs now. So that tells you how important the defense is. And this also goes into the realm of defense wins championships. They do. Offensive linemen saying this. Defense wins championships because you got to have the defense come up with a key stop at some point, at some juncture. I don't care who you are. Doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter how strong or powerful or dynamic your offense is. The defense has to come up with some stops. They just do. So, yeah. Andy's 3 rings, he can give Steve Spagnuolo a lot of credit for them. And the other Super Bowl trip, he can give Jim Johnson credit for it. So I agree with that. I agree with that point, sir. All right, so your overall grade for the AFC West, what is it, sir?
Because this team had a representative in the Super Bowl that not only represented him, they won. I'm going to have to give them the same grade I gave the team, an A-, just because, you know, you've gone to back-to-back Super Bowls and you won them. It's representing the division quite well, and for that reason alone, I'm going to have to give them an A-.
I think we're on the same page on that one. And I think, to me, I think the Raiders bring up that grade to A- too for me, because I'm loving the fact that they got a future. And maybe the Chargers to a smaller degree, because I think they realized the error of their ways, and they're like, okay, we need to go in a different direction. And then you got the Chiefs, who now they have become a dynasty, and I cannot underscore that playoff run enough. It is massively difficult to play 3 playoff games before you get to the Super Bowl, and 2 of them on the road, and you come up with W's. And these weren't teams that you could sneeze at. The Dolphins were considered a powerhouse of an offense, and yeah, you can say the weather had affected it. Okay, well, fine. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. They still had to be on the field. They still had to execute. They still were a powerful offense that still got swallowed up whole by the Chiefs defense. And that was not an easy game for them, but they had their way with them. And I believe as they should have, really. Then they go to Buffalo against a team that was gunning for them. This is a team that has knocked them out 2 of the previous 3 years. So you have this team that's gunning for you, and they are hosting you. And you take their best shot and you give it back to them. And to me, the game was won middle of the second quarter, where the Bills had the momentum and they could have seized control, but the Chiefs were like, nope, you're in for a battle. And then when they marked that they were in for a battle, the Bills did not know what to do. They didn't recover. And they took the Bills' best shot, beat them. Then they took the Ravens' best shot the next week and beat them. And what made it even more impressive is they played the Ravens game better than the Ravens did. And I'm like, doggone, this is a scary team. So the week before, they put up 27 points. They put up only 17 in this game, but they only allowed 10. I'm like, wow. And even the touchdown they scored, it was like, oh, okay. I'm like, I'm just amazed at how that team was. And then they go to the Super Bowl and they play against another team that had motivation to want to beat them, because 4 years prior they did in the Super Bowl. And they took the 49ers' best shot and beat them. So yeah, to me, it is A-. Most of that grade is based on the Chiefs becoming a dynasty and the playoff run they had, because they proved that you can change middle of the season, you can change philosophy, get an understanding of what the team is about, and instead of spreading teams out wide, they can do 3 tight end sets, which they did often. And I love this team. I'm not a big Chiefs fan, but I love what I'm seeing from them, because they're marrying the physical nature. And yeah, I agree with you, Dante. This offensive mind is benefiting from a defense. I 100% agree with you, but they got to. They got to benefit. Man, Well, I'm going to miss grading the NFL, but we will not finish with grading period because we probably will be talking about what we think about the upcoming free agency that is going and wreaking havoc all throughout the NFL, even as we speak. And we'll be right back to touch on that in an elongated and extended version of the Gridiron Scoop.
All right, let's go. We got trips, right? At 42, 989. On two. Ready? Break!
We're just getting started. Total Football Talk will return right after this.
Everything Boston. I love you morons. You kids on the block, New Edition.
Dear whatever the law firm is. Sincerely, the U.S. Supreme Court.
Ben Affleck, Matt Damon. Go yourself again, Jason Whitlock.
Ready to hang with some fellas who know football? Let's ride. LC Muscles 28.
I think they're the most overrated defense in the league.
Steel Sermon.
We did not trail for a single second.
Tiny Tim.
McCarthy is a bonehead.
A Pizzle 90.
I'm going with my boys. Fins up, baby.
Get ready for the Four Horsemen of Pick'ems. Every Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central on YouTube. Poppy J.
You got the option to cry for the government. You got the option to protest. You got the option to keep buying. But this is also an option.
Wise El Jefe.
We're the first tech geeks. We're the first gamers. We're the first everything. Everything. Like Gen X's, we are the ones.
BS3 Network proudly presents the crew from the New York boroughs who never wants that smoke. Nah, they want that fire. Poppy J and Wise El Jefe. Fridays at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central. Check your local listings for your viewing and listening pleasure.
With Drew Willingham, I am Cole Johnson. Welcome back to Total Football Talk. We see you out there, and we love that you're here. Sig Dickey, who is a wonderful contributor to the tribe. He says, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. And we say to you, good afternoon, all the way from Norway. And he also says, I'm here, and the ads are the works. And I know you're probably going to write some yourself. Oh, my goodness.
My favorite one in that other one was Little Muscles 28, Tiny Tim. That commercial gets me every time.
Oh, my gosh. And when you actually are trying to do something and the unintentional humor comes into play. Oh, my gosh. Lord. Okay. Well. Tiny Tim. Okay. Lord.
I'm gonna go back and watch Ebenezer Scrooge. Because winter's not over yet. We still have another week of winter. So it still qualifies. You watch Ebenezer Scrooge find Tiny Tim and Little Muscles hanging out together.
Oh my gosh, we love you guys at Forest of the Pickums. Goodness gracious, shout out to you guys. Goodness gracious, and love you, A Pizzle. Oh my gosh, you were too much, man. Oh, woosah. Okay, so we begin. Lord. So we begin the talk of free agency with Saquon Barkley. Now, the ex-Giant running back is now an Eagle, and he signed a 3-year deal and make a promise to one Dante. He, from the bottom of his heart, and this came warm from him. He says, "Look, he just wanted to say that we got Saquon just to troll the Giants." You're a cold man, Dante. You're a cold man. Well, he could boast and be proud of that because the former Giants running back agreed to a deal worth 3 years and $37.75 million with the Eagles that could be worth up to $46.75 million. This includes $26 million guaranteed at the signing. Now, Barkley now beats the franchise tag number and has a maximum average number per salary of almost $16 million, which would be second highest for a running back in the history of the NFL. The two-time Pro Bowler rushed for 962 yards and 6 touchdowns last year for the Giants, missing 3 games with a high ankle sprain suffered in a Week 2 win over the Cardinals. Now, my question to you, sir, is the following. Does the Saquon Barkley signing make the Eagles NFC Championship contenders?
No, it does not. It definitely helps their case, but there's going to be other signings and other moves that will have to be made this offseason that will help build on that. And one of those moves that I like the Eagles made was re-signing Landon Dickerson because, offensive guard, he was in his final year. He was entering his final year of his rookie deal. With the loss of Jason Kelsey to retirement, and of course on the other side of the ball on the defense, Fletcher Cox to retirement as well. Within a week, you had to make some moves. One of them, yes, you had to address that you needed to upgrade that running back position a little bit because Swift is gone. A lot of things have changed over the past 2 off seasons when it comes to that. So they're on a decent start with addressing the running back position. They're on a decent start again with, re-signing Landon Dickerson. But other than that, the other moves they've made this offseason, Bryce Huff on the 3-year, $51.1 million deal, it was a decent move. But other than that, they got to make some more moves in order for me to really be sold that they can be championship contenders again. So with the 2 big retirements that they had, along with they need to make some more moves, in my opinion, to bolster that team in order for me to believe that they can get back to where they were in the 2022 season. So far, the Saquon Barkley signing, in my opinion, does not put them at championship contention level quite yet.
I agree with you. I think, and you mentioned it, and we'll talk a little bit more in length about it later. I think they still need to not necessarily get the same type of pieces, but they do need to roster-wise come up with some talent to fill the big-time positions that now they're missing with back-to-back retirements. And, of course, one of those would help out the big-time free agent signing of Mr. Barkley. So, I agree with the Dickerson re-signing. I think they needed to lock him down just for nothing else, continuity. And, of course, I know the Eagles are big on him. I'm talking about the Eagles brass. They're big on him. And they're big on his talent. And maybe not necessarily he could, be the guy to replace Jason Kelsey, who can. But I really believe that this is a piece that could work if the Eagles are more committed to running the ball. I think what I disliked about how they did DeAndre Swift is that he was putting forth the same type of production as he did in Detroit. It was almost as if he didn't need to leave the Lions. And to me, I found that frustrating. I really do. I really do find that frustrating. Oh, 6 says, look, I like it when you hear Abe Pizzle scream, "Fins up, baby." You think he's going to drop a country rock album. Oh, gosh. He says, here's his question. Will Jalen Hurts cut back on the rushing himself? He needs to.
And especially if they don't upgrade this line anymore, because what are you going to have blocking for you? I mean, if they don't make more moves to this offensive line to address the losses that they've had this offseason, he's going to be running for his life.
Yeah.
So if he wants to cut back on it, and for like what you just said that he needs to, he's not going to be able to if he's running for his life if they don't make the required replacements this offseason. And I don't think that re-signing Landon Dickerson is going to be enough because you're still down one. And with Kelsey, you kind of need to sign 2 or 3 because it's going to be hard. You're not going to find anybody like Kelsey this offseason. I'm sorry, to replace him at that position. But you need to get somebody that you can build on to potentially get close to that level if possible.
Yeah. Dante says it makes us, talking about the Eagles, Super Bowl contenders because Nick Sirianni, the head coach of the team, has no control of the offense at all. This is Kellen Moore's gig, and the defense should be better, so we should, in theory, run the ball more. Yeah, you and I are here. In theory, that's what they should do. If Nick Sirianni decides to see control of it, you know better than we do that won't be the case. Playmaker says Browns are signing Jameis Winston to a 1-year deal. More power to them. Eat them W's, Jameis.
Let's go backwards for a second. Yes, there. You bring up Kellen Moore. Who was Kellen Moore with this past season? BJ Staley and the Chargers. And you have that much faith in him? You think Kellen Moore is going to keep Nick from chomping back at the fans like he did this past year and getting more respect lost for the team than in that case? You think Kellen Moore is going to do that?
I'll answer that question for you.
Absolutely. You think Kellen Moore is going to come in here and be that much of a saving grace on calling the plays for this team? Okay. Look at what he did with the Cowboys. Then he goes to the Chargers. I don't think it's as much of an upgrade as both of you think it is. I think we're going to have a little bit more in-depth conversation about this by like week 7, week 8, week 9, somewhere in that part on how overhyped Kellen Moore was coming into Philadelphia.
Here's why I think it is a positive. I'm not saying that Kellen Moore is the guy, even though, yeah, you can say, well, he ran a great offense in Dallas. I mean, everything was clicking with them in 2022 before he was a scapegoat and they let him go. And yeah, 2023 bolsters your point because that Chargers offense, as explosive as it was early in the season, they were figured out and they couldn't do jack. But the plus to me is Nick Sirianni was too heavily involved in the offense. And in my opinion, I think that is what that's what brought Jalen Hurts down. The fact that you had Nick so involved with the offense that he did not really pay attention to the whole team. And I think he really understood, or at least the brass understood, that you can't have Sirianni be so focused on the offense and not focus on the rest of the team. And I think he was blessed to have Gannon on defense as a coordinator and Steichen on offense as a coordinator. And both of them, of course, after 2022, their Super Bowl seasons, they went to a head coaching jobs in the desert and in Indy, respectively. So to me, it's more along the lines of it frees Nick up to be the CEO of the team. Not necessarily Kellen Moore is going to just wow people with these these arcade stats. And I think that's where you're coming from, which I 100% agree with you. I don't think that Kellen Moore is that big of a playmaker to where it's like, wow, okay, so yeah, we got a big time bright offensive mind here, or this offense is going to take off. No, that's not what I'm thinking. I'm just thinking it's going to take a little pressure off of Nick, which it should, because I think the team would run a little better. Now, will they execute better? We'll see. And you might be right. We might be revisiting this sometime in October. Dante says, look, we replaced Cox with Jalen Carter. And Kelsey's being replaced with Cam Jurgen, who played the last 2 years at guard. Now, I've heard that, yeah, Jurgen has some time, But I've heard, and I've heard from other Eagles fans, they're not as high on Cam Jurgen for some reason. They're not really as high on him as probably the team is. And as for Jalen Carter, look, I want to get with man-child, but that stretch last year, there was times he disappeared. The big fella disappeared. Now when he does play, the dude is great because the dude is athletic for a big guy, and he could do things at the defensive interior that, quite frankly, that you would see like someone, I don't know, like an Aaron Donald could do, which is take on two big offensive linemen by himself and maybe pancake one of them. When he plays up to potential, yes, I agree with you, but he seems to be inconsistent. Now, will that change going forward? That is the different story. Ryan says, do they sell crab cakes at Kroger's in Cleveland? Oh, Lord. Really? We're going to go back to Florida State with Jameis? Oh, Lord. Dante says, we have the depth on the line. The problem was blitz pickup. And the problem still could be that. So you got to see if they have learned how to, with that, pick that up. Now, it could be you got younger legs, and you might be right. It might be better. But we will see. He says, yep, Nick was about to get fired. See, that's exactly why I was saying that. He had his hand too much in the cookie jar, and the team was seeing it, and it's like, okay, you got to do something. And unfortunately, Desai, the defensive coordinator of the Eagles last year, was considered the true fall guy. I'm like, oh, poor guy. But I can't really disagree with that. But yeah, and I think if Sirianni was like, okay, no, well, I'm not gonna fire any coordinator, he was gonna go. Playmaker says, look, speaking of Chargers, Sensei's Commanders are signing Austin Eckler. I might get his thoughts about that later. Dante says Hurts is better than Herbert, also better weapon. No, definitely better weapons. And Jalen, here's why I like him more than Herbert. He has the ability to adjust game to game. Like, he can give you a game where he can throw about 380 yards to the pocket and destroy you. And then he can have another game where he can run for 100. So it's like you gotta pick and choose what type of game you want him to beat you with. And I think that is where he has the advantage over Herbert. Now, Herbert has the advantage over Hurts, to me, pocket presence. I think Herbert's pocket presence is just a little bit better. Not saying that Hurts is bad. It's just that Herbert's is better. And I would love to see that. Oh, well then. Well, thank you, Playmaker. We appreciate you. Hold on. Let me give you this real quick. So we mentioned that that Austin Eckler is going to the Commanders. It looks like Joe Mixon, the running back of the Bengals, is now headed to Houston. It looks like now he's going to be in the backfield of the Texans. They're trading the running back for that. And I have to see the details of what the trade is, and we'll do that a little later.
I was kind of hoping the Texans would go after Derrick Henry.
Same, but I didn't think they were going to. I didn't think they were going to. I probably thought he was too old. I would have loved for them to, though, because I think he would fit. Playmaker says, oh, yeah, Ryan, I will not devolve myself in that. Dante says, look, Howie made it clear, Howie Rosen, who is probably one of the brightest executives in the NFL, who you shake your head, you're like, how the heck you pulled this draft pick out your butt? And you say that every April. He made it. Am I lying? No. He made it clear in their joint press conference that he's going to be the CEO. And he should. He should say that to Nick. Look, make sure the whole team is taken care of. He should do that. Good job on Howie. Good job on Howie. Ryan says, look, I had to do it, man. The joke was just writing itself. Six says, look, this review of the Eagles is brought to you by Brotherly Love Cheesesteaks, the most beloved cheesesteaks in the world. Put some love and respect on those cheesesteaks. Ryan says the Jets made a couple of signings. John Simpson, offensive lineman, and yes, I read that too. Tyrod Taylor backing up Aaron Rodgers. If there weren't any signings, I was going to start calling Joe Douglas Sleepy Joe. Oh Lord, no political. Oh, I'm sorry.
Save that for mentality.
6 says,
you want to go watch it, go back and watch yesterday's episode. Leave your Sleepy Joe comments over there. Ryan McCoffey, get that out of our Total Football Talk conversation.
Oh my gosh.
It's about to really set me up.
And 6 says, and funky Fizz Cola. Let's get funky with Fizz and show the love. Ryan says, I reckon Derrick Henry was going to go to the Raiders, Ravens, or Bills. I think the Bills should try to go for him. I think he's going to end up being on the Ravens, though.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to the Raiders because they just re-signed Amir Abdullah. I mean, of course, that's not like as big of a move as bringing in Derrick Henry, but the Raiders don't seem like a team that are going to have like a 1-2 punch running back.
No, and I think they're settled on the one that they're going to give a lot of carries to instead of being White. So I don't see them going after him. So to me, the Bills should go after them the most out of all of them, but I think he's going to end up being a Raven. And the Ravens really don't need it, but hey, it'd be great to see them commit to him like that. We shall see. Now going to the South, the Panthers actually are finalizing a 5-year, $100 million deal to include a $63 million guarantee with the former Dolphins guard Robert Hunt. Now, Hunt recorded at least one snap every position on the Dolphins' offensive line except left guard in his 4 seasons. He primarily played right tackle and right guard and started 55 of a possible 67 games with a hamstring injury, limiting him to 10 games last year. He has won almost 91% of his pass blocks during his career, allowing just 12 sacks in 3,316 snaps. Hunt turns 28 in August. He was a second-round draft pick in the productive 2020 the draft class, which produced 6 starters, including fellow offensive lineman Austin Jackson, who signed a 3-year, $36 million extension with the team back in December. Now, my question to you is the Robert Hunt signing a step in the right direction to not have 5 300-pound turnstiles for the Panthers?
I think addressing that situation with the offensive line is definitely a step in the right direction, but they fumbled the ball with this because $100 million to an offensive lineman. You play with Miami, but it's historically proven that there's very few offensive linemen that go from a really good team such as the Miami Dolphins or any of the other 31 teams in the league, get paid, and then carry on that success or build on that success that they had from the previous team. Because not only did you pay him 5 years, $100 million, but you also brought in another offensive guard. You got Damian Lewis signing a 4-year, $53 million deal with 26.2 of that fully guaranteed. So between the 2 offensive guards here, you're spending $153 million through 4 out of the next 5 seasons between 2 of them. That is a lot of money to pay to 2 offensive guards to a team that has had the number 1 overall pick earned for the past 2 seasons, even though the Bears have it this year. Okay, right. But still, the Panthers have been so bad over the past 2 seasons that you have had the number 1 overall pick, or at least accrued it. You spend $153 million on 2 players that are just part of the offensive line. Now, you still have the 2 tackles to address. You still have the center to address. Yeah, you re-signed the long snapper, but I mean, that's from what I last remember, JJ Jansen isn't your full-time center. So you still have 3 other primary positions to look at on the offensive line. on top of building whatever wide receiver or tight end core up that you currently have, which is absolutely nothing. And you've got a young quarterback back there who's scared for his life after dealing with those turnstiles you were just speaking of a moment ago in this past season.
Mm-hmm.
So looking at what was done with this move right here, I think that on paper, it's is a step in the right direction. But when we actually get to the 2024 season, and we're at that 7, 8, 9 mark as far as week 7, 8, 9 mark we were talking about with the Eagles earlier, I think that around that time with the Panthers, we're going to be looking back at this question and saying they spent way too much money on 2 players in the offensive line who are probably at that point going to be underperforming and underwhelmingly so. So with that being said, I think on paper they're in the right direction, but I just don't think that in reality they're in the right direction. That's too much money. The 2 people, and yeah, one of them comes from Miami that has been playing well over the past couple of years, but based on the way that Miami took a nosedive at the end of this year, I'm not going to point it all at this one person, but he was a part of that group that did have that downward turn. So because of that, I'm going to have to disagree with this is going in the right direction. I think they fumbled the ball here again.
I can't remember who said it, but I think this is what we're seeing here. Sometimes in order to get really good talent to go on teams such as the Panthers, you got to pay what they call bad team tax. And unfortunately, I think this was a bad team tax deal. You said it best. This addresses a need because the offensive line was putrid last year. And you got to invest something to actually give Bryce Young to think, okay, well, the team is actually considering my well-being. So that is well taken care of. Good. That's the good news. The bad news is, it looks like it's not going to be a lot of money that's going to be spread around. So they paid the bad team tax with him. And I get what you're saying, too. You can't be doing that with too many deals because you will not have much the rest of the salary cap. So the hope for them is they probably going to try to get, not necessarily free agency, obviously, but they're probably going to get draft picks to be that diamond in the rough or diamonds in the rough to help them out, which that could be dangerous too. But I think we just witnessed a bad team tax deal, which the Panthers are going to see many of those before they right the ship. Playmaker says, I need Kirk Cousins' agent. $100 million guaranteed. We'll talk about that later on in this portion of Gridiron Scoop. Dante says, look, I'm not going to lie. I wanted Saquon to go to the Dolphins, though that would be fun. They're sort of loaded with running backs there, so he would have been in the crowded field and he would not have gotten the touches he would desire. His question to you, though, is do the Commanders trade for T. Higgins, and we'll talk about that in the second portion of the Gridiron Scoop. Drew 6 says Drew Willingham is proudly sponsored by Rugged Man Beard Care. Nothing says manly like a rugged grown beard. Rugged Man Beard Care. Stay bearded, stay rugged.
Facts.
It's a fact. Dazzy says, keep in mind the Dolphins get comps with 2 guys receiving $100 million. There should be a third round picks next year. Well, I mean that's what makes it smart for them. And the Dolphins have I gotta actually give credit to the Dolphins. They've actually, when it comes to the free agency market, they have actually played it smart the last 3-4 years. And I see that trend continuing, and I think that's why we got a chance to see the Dolphins be next to nothing 3-4 years ago, and now they're contenders. Maybe not Super Bowl contenders, but you at least now can say they can challenge for the AFC East crown. We weren't able to say that about a couple of years ago, and they have made some really good moves. Oh, Sick also says, and along with peanut butter and jealous, brand new PB and Lady Marmalade. Let's get nutty and tangy with it. Lord. Dante agrees with, I think, both of us. The Panthers are in desperation mode, and they should just build through the draft. That is what they should do. But I really believe they wanted to have the draftees say, look, this could be you in about 4 or 5 years, and sort of entice them to say, if you do play well enough, and we feel as though you are an important cog to this wheel, we're gonna give you this type of contract at this position. But overall, that's exactly what they got to do, and I think we both agree with you, because paying that bad team tax gets mighty costly. Mac Jones. Now, we talked about the Patriots earlier, but we talked about them during the Brady days. Now, if we talked about them during the Mac Jones days, it was an So by finalizing a trade to send Mac Jones from the Patriots to the Jaguars, the new Patriots regime ultimately decided that a fresh start and a reset button push was best for both sides. The number 15 overall in the 2021 draft showed promise as a rookie when he was named a Pro Bowl alternate, but his performance declined after a regrettable string of coaching and personnel-related decisions. Matt Patricia being the offense coordinator being one of them, by former head coach Bill Belichick, with Jones also taking accountability for things he could have done better on the field. He was benched after 11 games last year, increasing the likelihood that his Patriots days were coming to an end. Now, my question to you is, who will be the Patriots' next starting quarterback going into 2024?
If I were to guess right now, it'd be Jacoby Brissett after just signing yesterday on that 1 year, $8 million deal. I think that's going to be a possibility that Jacoby Brissett, because regardless of who they draft, they're not going to want to throw him to the Wolves right yet, which look at what happened with Mac Jones, throwing him to the Wolves. And, a few years later, we're talking about him being traded to be a backup quarterback over there in Jacksonville. I think Jacoby Brissett will be the starting quarterback, and deservingly so, especially with what he was pulling off in Washington in that short time frame. Basically having a 2-to-1 touchdown ratio and, having positive numbers when his name was called upon. So I think that Jacoby gets the opportunity, and ironically so, after starting his career in New England, backing up Tom Brady, then leaving, going to Indianapolis, and then kind of bouncing around the league a little bit since then. So, now that Belichick's gone, I think this is the best opportunity for Jacoby Brissett to become a starting quarterback in New England. Now, will this be a long-term move? Probably not. But to kind of usher in the next generation of who's going to be the quarterback for the Patriots, I think Brissett's the 2024 quarterback, at least starting out the season.
Yeah. I figured Jared Mayo, I'm sorry, the new head coach of the Patriots. I figured he wanted to go into that lane in terms of, okay, we want to have an experienced playmaker that we know he may not wow you with a lot of things, but I know that I could trust him under center. I don't trust number 10 under center at all. And as for Bailey Zappi, who's remaining on the team at the moment, it looks like that Jared isn't trusting him either, which I don't blame him. I wouldn't as well. As for Jones, now, 3 years ago, he was the talk of the town in Foxborough as the guy who was going to be the heir apparent to Tom Brady. And now he is backing up and holding a clipboard to Trevor Lawrence or Sunshine. My, how things have changed. Playmaker says, look, Mac Jones is going home. Going home. Well, he's going home to a bunch of He can love being in northeastern Florida all he wants, but good Lord, the name of the game is to start a quarterback, not to just simply hold clipboards 2-1. But I digress. For the first time since 2017, the Packers will now have a new number one running back. Free agent Josh Jacobs reached a 4-year deal worth $48 million with the Packers, who in turn has told Aaron Jones bye-bye. And that's according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. Jacobs' deal also includes $12.5 million guaranteed. And Jacobs, who's 26, responded to being slapped with a little over $10 million franchise tag last season, but not signing it and skipping the entire Raiders offseason program, training camp, and preseason. He agreed to a restructured $11.79 million deal for 1 year and had the worst season of his 5-year career, with lows in games played, rushing yards, yards per carry, rushing touchdowns, rushing first downs, and yards from scrimmage. Jones, meanwhile, averaged 5 yards per carry over 97 games, being drafted by the Packers since 2017. And in that 7-year span, the 29-year-old has rushed for almost 6,000 yards, scored 63 touchdowns, that's 45 rushing and 18 receiving, and has also caught 272 passes for 2,076 yards. Now, a little more than a month ago, Packers general manager Brian Gutekunst said that Jones would be a Packer. Absolutely. My, how things have changed in a month's time. My question to you is the following, though. With Aaron Jones being released by the Packers, what team should sign him? Up? I say what
We have breaking news here on Total Football Talk, as Aaron Jones has signed with the division rival Minnesota Vikings. To answer my man's question.
Oh, Lord. Okay, well, since you answered the question like that, I guess we can move on to the next one then. I was going to say which team should sign him. I was like, okay, well, all right, well, yeah, there was a team that did. Oh, Lord. Thank you for that. And thank you for even the reporter's voice, too. Playmaker says Shaq Bennett is going to the Dolphins, which I think he replaces the doggone pass rusher. Oh yeah, I can't remember the pass rusher's name. It's escaping my brain. Dante says, with running backs winning the day, how much does this change draft boards? A lot. And I think what we're also seeing is these running backs who are coming into their first big time NFL contracts, teams are willing to give it out to them now. And it looked like I think teams were waiting. And so I think when the shoe dropped in terms of Jonathan Taylor getting his deal, then everyone was copycat and followed suit. So, yeah, I think it changes the draft boards a lot. But you will still see teams draft running backs probably later in the draft, though. Like, 5th, 6th, and 7th round. I don't think you'll see too many running backs getting picked in the first 4, but you might have a team that will try. But yes, Aaron Jones is a Viking. Now, should he be a Viking? Who knows? But he is one now. It looks like he wants to gather revenge on the Packers. Oh, well. Oh, I forgot. Kirk Cousins is now a Falcon.
You like that? You like that?
Oh, he likes it a lot because the club agreed to terms on a 4-year deal with the former Vikings signal caller. And a source told ESPN that the deal is worth $180 million, with what Playmaker said earlier, $100 million of those dollars guaranteed. Now, the Vikings general manager, Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, had this to say about seeing their long-term, or I should say long-ish term, QB go. Quote, at the significant and positive dialogue with Kurt and his representatives, we were unable to reach an agreement on the contract that fits the short and long-term visions for both Kirk and the Minnesota Vikings. Kirk holds a special place in the Vikings history, and we appreciate his leadership and contributions to the team and the Minneapolis-St. Paul community over the past 6 seasons. We wish him, his wife Julie, and their children all the best. Our approach heading into free agency has always been, and it always included, layers of contingencies regarding the quarterback position. We are moving forward with plans that allow us to continue building a roster that can compete for a championship. Close quote. I know this is off, somewhat off the rails, but Kwesi, that last sentence.
That was a lie.
I'm sorry, I just had a feeling to do that. But anyway, two-pronged question for you. What does the Kirk Cousins departure mean for the Vikings? And will this signing make the Falcons instant contenders?
Yes. This definitely will make them contenders. I believe so. What it means for the Vikings as far as their departure is Sam Darnold's their quarterback now on paper, as he was signed in this past 2-day period to be the quarterback of the Minnesota Vikings on a 1-year deal worth $10 million. Now, that is a very, very, very small Band-Aid over this wound of this this quarterback position, in the first string quarterback is Kirk Cousins. And again, I got to agree with what Playmaker said earlier. Whoever his agent is, you definitely want him representing you and getting you the bucks, the big bucks as possible, as Kirk Cousins is now gone from Minnesota to Atlanta to play in a dome, a little bit more favorable weathering conditions to play in, at least for your home games for half the season. But it's also a homecoming for his wife too, because his wife is from the area. That's
right.
Kirk,
she is from ATL. I totally forgot about
that.
that.
Kirk and her got married in 2014 in Atlanta, Georgia. So for them to basically have the homecoming that they needed after being in the league for 12 seasons now, yeah. Kirk Cousins has been between his tenure in Washington from 2012 to 2017.
Vikings, yeah.
And in the past 5-6 seasons, with the Vikings. Now you take all that clout and you go to Atlanta, your wife's going to be happy, so you're going to be happy. So that's going to be a great situation going into there. You'll have a little bit more help with close family nearby to help out with your family and taking care of your kids. There's a lot of eased tensions and pressures that will now be gone because you'll have a little bit more support in your group, I guess. So for the Vikings, what it means is the Sam Darnold is now their quarterback on paper, unless they, do something with their first round pick, maybe bring in JJ McCarthy or Michael Penix Jr. is a potential. From what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing is the potential option for their QB2. But based on what Sam Darnold was able to pull off in his little bit of action with the 49ers, it seems like the Vikings are confident that he has grown from his times where he bounced from the Jets to the Panthers, then to the 49ers. The difference between the two is that Sam Darnold had a lot of pieces around him when he had that little bit of garbage time in San Francisco last season. He's not going to have the same type of weapons around him. Justin Jefferson will not be enough to get that type of production out of him. I think he'll do okay, maybe, but he's not going to play like Kirk Cousins did. And for Kirk Cousins to go down in the manner that he did, the offensive line definitely has some things that need to be addressed in this offseason when it comes to the Minnesota Vikings. And they've only made one move, and that is re-signing offensive tackle David Quessenberry. So putting all that in perspective, I think that the Vikings have a long way to go to get back to the prominence of the way they were playing with Kirk Cousins. And the Falcons just dramatically upgraded their team to where they're going to be a playoff contender for the next 4 to 5 seasons.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that assessment of the Vikings, and yeah, I think that does make the Falcons an instant. This just ended the Total Football Talk news desk. Sam Darnold is now your new starting quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings. Oh, you gotta love that if you're a Viking fan. You have him at quarterback and Aaron Jones as your running back. Oh, great times are ahead for the Twin Cities.
That was a lie.
Oh Lord. And so basically they had a wonderful QB, and now it has devolved. The team is now devolved into
ain't nobody calling me, texting me, paging me, asking me, are you still involved?
29 years and counting.
Calling me, texting me, paging me, asking me, am I still involved? Y'all usually check off. I'm still involved. Shut up, my boy. Delete!
I let that play 30 seconds longer than I should have, because whenever I have a Tyrone Alizé McDummy sighting, my brain feels like it's starting to melt. I could not take it any longer. I could not take it any longer. I had to let it go.
Oh, Lord. Well, we had to have a TAM appearance. I mean, come on.
30 seconds too long. 33 seconds is as long as that video played. 3 seconds is all you get, Tam.
I don't regret it one single second. To get that response was worth it. Oh my gosh. Oh, Lord. Playmaker says, look, what will happen to Justin Fields? Of course, he's still out there, and the Bears are still shopping him. Kirk Cousins in the ATL. Russell Wilson's in Pittsburgh. Sam Darnold now signs with the Vikings. I was hearing that the Vikings still might be in play to get him. Now, I don't know what they're going to dangle in front of the Bears to say, okay, we'll take him. But I've heard that. And I'm thinking, I don't know.
They're not going to trade him within the division.
I don't think
so.
I don't think they will either, because they'll have to dangle something really, really good. Basically to the point where the Bears will be like, okay, they're going to ruin their team in order to get Justin Fields for them to actually say, we'll trade them there. But no, it looks like the play is going to be which team is going to be hungriest to want to sign a QB. So that, and who wants to trade up to the number one. It's just it's going to be those types of things. It's like it's going to have to be something that's worth their while, and nothing has come yet.
I think the Bears kind of screwed themselves because the amount of quarterbacks that are in the draft this year. You know, and they know because they're vying for one, probably because they have the top pick in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
But looking at it this way, the only team that I really see making a play potentially for Justin Fields right now in a team that's known for trading for quarterbacks be the Denver Broncos. It's the only team I could think
team that's out there, yeah,
that I could possibly think, because the other teams that I had in mind already made moves. You know, especially with the Raiders, you know, the Tampa Bay re-signing old Bunker Stayfield. You know, he's staying there. But, you know, looking at Denver, looking at maybe, I mean, they still may have hope in Daniel Jones, but looking at the New York Giants,
that might be another place. Yeah. And
you know, other than that, you know, they've got Will Levis in Tennessee, but if they're not 100% sure on him, do they bring him in there to make? I don't know. I don't think so. And Indianapolis is happy with Anthony Richardson. So, really the only option. And because the news that was dropped earlier in our chat with the Cleveland Browns signing Jameis Winston, you know, the only option that I really see out of, you know, unless you want to cause a stir up a controversy in New England, I think they would have already been talking about it. I think the only viable way they can trade him would be to the Denver Broncos, because there's no other option here at play.
See, the Broncos, I think the Broncos is probably the best option for the Bears, not necessarily for the Broncos, but Broncos, I think it's the number one option. I would probably also lean in the direction of I had the team in my brain. I had the team in my brain. All right. Doggone it. Well, to me, it's the Broncos. I can't think of too many other teams where it would where a trade would go. You mentioned the Giants. The only issue I have with that is, okay, Fields probably will get the start there. The problem is, what can the Giants give up? And I think that's the problem you have to run. And look, Daniel Jones is going to have to come with a whole lot more than just him. So I think that's the problem they'll run into. Six says, oh, great. Now Cousins is really going to be kicking it with 2 chains. 2 chains? Yeah. Dante says, 1 playoff win for Cousins, but for Minnesota, a rookie QB on rookie salary number 2. Number 1 wide receiver, look out.
The only other option I can see is maybe if New Orleans decides to make a trade because of what happened with Derek Carr in the past season. You know, I can't. I just can't see any other option. I don't want him going. I don't want the Commanders making a play for him. I would much rather it be those other 2 teams to make a play for him.
That'd be the only question I would ask you. I was like, okay, so, and I think the Commanders are in a similar boat as with the Giants. It's like, I think they have lost the pieces they could dangle in front of the Bears to say, all right, we'll make a deal with you.
Oh no.
Oh,
The Commanders signed Marcus Mariota. Oh, come on, Bishop.
Hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, to the no.
That was a total.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Oh, Lord. Dante says Commanders got Marcus can't throw Mariota. Oh, no is right. And this is why he needs to come up again.
Delete!
Cole could probably see me yelling in the background because he had popped up again. But now you bring in Marcus Mariota, who can't throw the ball. You got Austin Eckler's had knee injuries, bad wheel, can't even run. So great. Good job for fumbling it back to back between your quarterback and your running back.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Tam. Oh, Tam. Teddy Tam for me now. I'm sorry, my bad. Dummy. Oh. I'm sorry, my bad.
The rest of my day is now shot after seeing Marcus can't throw the ball to anybody, Mariota.
Not Marcus can't throw the ball, Mariota. That is just priceless and correct. Playmaker says, Cole Johnson, go kick rocks for that. If I can get you to shake your head and crack up, then I ain't kicking no rocks. Because that's exactly what I wanted you to do. Dante says, please make this Caleb Williams in Chicago makes it. It doesn't. But I almost get the feeling they'll try to make it make sense, though. I just get that feeling. They need to draft Marvin Harrison Jr. and Bauer. I hope they actually do have the sense to do that, but this is the Bears we're talking about. Although Ryan Poole has not proven that he is a horrible GM yet. That McCaskey ownership family, ugh, ridiculous. It says he also says Chicago lost Darryl Mooney. Ooh. Oh, he says, yeah, you can't delete that Mariota move.
Next.
Like, you can't delete that move. That is a priceless gem, Dante. Playmaker says, darn you, Cole.
Hey. Who's giving them the business?
6 says, it could have been worse, Drew. I wanted to hear Cole sing Lady Marmalade from the last ad.
I didn't. I didn't want to hear him sing it.
But I know that. Kirk Cousins is singing. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir? Otherwise, it's known as.
You like that? You like that?
And before we go to our commercial break, Dante says Kurt must have been seeing a wild owner GM president orgy. Like, this is crazy, or a part or Illuminati or something. Yeah, he probably did say that, and then all of a sudden he responded like,
You like that? You like that?
Because he got some dough. All right, well, we got more of the Gridiron Scoop when we return right after this.
Hey. Who's giving them the business?
No.
Hey. Who's giving them the business?
Oh, commercial. It's time.
Now, that is absurd.
Comey Media Incorporated, creating content magic in the real world.
Little right here. Look at the inside of these cakes. Now, when you bite into it, just as I demonstrated while you were talking at the beginning of your discussion right there, I could taste the drugs inside of this cake, Sick. I could taste the addiction within the cream filling of this cake right here, to where they not only just with that cake right there, but they made an ice cream out of it. A 1-pint Christmas tree cake ice cream. Look at that little just smile up there. Look, she is up to no good on there. Look at that. Look at that smile on there, Sick. She knows that she got you. Got him is what's in her mind right now.
Acknowledge me.
Look at that little smile right there. She's up to no good.
D. Willie in the evening, Thursdays at 11:15 p.m. Eastern, 10:15 p.m. Central, exclusively on Sertoba Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, look. Hey, stop playing games. Y'all already know. Go ahead and toss him some Willie Bucks. Ain't nobody playing around. Hey, $sign D Willie 87. Go ahead, hit him up on the Cash App, and go ahead and give him some Willie Bucks. Look at Drew looking stoic, ladies and gentlemen. Stoic on that $10 bill. So go ahead, slide my man over some Willie Bucks, and we good. That's all I'm saying. We good. How about some Willie Bucks?
Sertoba Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
Hey, Eagles fan. Join my man Cool McCain and a host of others as they break down every single game, every single week in an objective manner, and also from a fan's perspective as well. Remember, this cast feels just like you. Nobody likes you. And you don't care. Fly, Eagles, fly. Eagles Elite Podcast, every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern on YouTube and other podcast outlets.
Welcome back to Total Football Talk with Drew Willingham. I am Cole Johnson. Yes, sir. Unfortunately, my partner is a little bit apoplectic because of the deals that he has seen the Commanders make. Basically, he is saying to the front office,
We gotta pause that.
I feel the same way about that as I do about Tyrone Alizé McDummy. We need to retire that.
Oh, Lord. Or we need to
Delete!
At least until the next episode. I can't anymore today. No more. I'm trying to start this day out right, Cole.
Well, he starts everybody's day off right. Consider
he starts out wrong. Start it out wrong.
Because when you think of the joy of the Cowboys tanking, that's what makes it even better. I mean, 29 years and counting, Cowboys fan. See, there you go. All joyful.
Just that opening line, he starts. Sounds like he's crying. He's like, "Oh, is what I hear.
Better.
Yeah. Just need a break. Need a break from that one.
Lord. Okay, fine.
Yeah, we need Chris Bases screaming what in the all types of blue hell. I would listen to that 50 times in an entire episode.
Oh, Lord. Continuing on in the gridiron scoop, goodness gracious. Embattled former Broncos QB Russell Wilson has signed on the dotted line to be possibly the starting quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. According to ESPN, Wilson has agreed to a one-year deal that will pay him somewhere around the league minimum, which is a little more than $1.21 million. Understandably, though, he's not going to be crying broke because he's going to be making $35 million this year, no matter what. And the Broncos will be paying him nearly $38 million, while the Steelers will be on the hook for the rest. So your boy is well taken care of in the wallet department, which will make Sierra very happy. Well, it will also make him say this in the bedroom.
You like that? You like that?
Yeah, he likes that. So does she. Although Wilson isn't technically a free agent, really, he was allowed to enter into an agreement with the Steelers because the Broncos just simply gave him permission that we don't want you to be on the team. And he did so on March 4th, saying that he was going to be released when the new league year started, which will be tomorrow. Wilson can agree to deal with the Steelers now, but he won't be able to officially sign it until tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Now, the question that I have for you is the following. The questions I have for you are the following. Will Tyrone Alizé McDummy be a person? No, just joking. Will Russell Wilson thrive or falter with the Steelers? And what does the Wilson acquisition mean for Kenny Pickett?
Unfortunately for Kenny Pickett, I think it could potentially mean that it's the beginning of the end of him playing in Pittsburgh, potentially in the NFL. The UFL's got some openings if you want to go over and check that out over there, Kenny Pickett. But as far as Russell Wilson, the acquisition for the team, before I answer the first question, it's a win-win situation because you're paying him a veteran minimum, like just a little over $1 million. The Broncos are on the hook for the rest of it. And the fact that the Broncos have to face the Steelers this season, okay, it is a guaranteed matchup. The schedule has been set as far as who they're playing, but not when. So we at least know that the Broncos and the Steelers are facing each other this year, and that the Broncos could potentially be paying Russell Wilson to whoop their blank, okay? So when you think about that, that's pretty funny. When I look at your first part of your question here, as far as will Russell Wilson thrive or falter with the Steelers, I feel like the cards are set up for him to thrive, because we say what we want about Artie as a head coach over there in Atlanta, but when he was the offensive coordinator over there for the Tennessee Titans, that was the best time that Mike Vrabel had as a head coach, especially when that offense was thriving pre-Artie Smith mustache. Okay, now we're post-Artie Smith mustache because he shaved it off again. So it looks like he's back to business. The mustache is just getting in the way. Now that it's gone, it looks like old Artie Smith is doing his job as far as making the recruits necessary to try to bolster this offense. And the biggest thing that they had issues with over there in Pittsburgh was moving the ball around at the quarterback position and scoring touchdowns. That's not going to be an issue with Russell Wilson, because he played less time than Kenny Pickett and scored more. Even though, the Broncos didn't have, a fairly successful season as a whole, Russell Wilson did when you compare his 22 to 2023 numbers, and even in his last year in Seattle, because he was trending downward in his last few years in Seattle. So it's a major upgrade on paper. Now, when it comes to the thriving or faltering part, it's going to take a little bit more time for us to actually see that come to bear. But now at this point on March 12th, looking at this situation right here, I think Russell Wilson's going to thrive, because he was 26 touchdowns to 8 interceptions last year in Denver, had a 7-8 record through his 15 games that he played. So, looking at that and the fact that you've got, better leadership, in my opinion, over there with Mike Tomlin, who's led the Steelers to more Super Bowls. Even though he's got the same amount of Super Bowl wins as Sean Payton, he's led them to more Super Bowls over there in Pittsburgh. He's, been there for 17, 18 years now as the head coach.
Yeah,
so looking at that, he's established a great run over there, that you've got a lot better of a locker room that you're going into compared to Denver, even though there was some question marks around the chemistry in the locker room last year when the Pittsburgh Steelers were struggling before they kind of repaired themselves and went on a little bit of a run towards the end of the season to get into the playoffs. And they did that with Mason Rudolph, by the way. So looking at all this, I think that Russell Wilson, it's set up for him to thrive. And the fact that the pressure's off because Pittsburgh's paying him the league minimum. Your bulk of your money is coming from somewhere else. The pressure's not coming down from that front office because they're not spending the amount of money that the Broncos are. So I think that overall it's a win-win for everybody. A lot less pressure on Russell Wilson. He will thrive. The Steelers will definitely improve. Once we get closer to the season, I'll give a little bit more of a better prediction. But right now on paper, that's how I'm feeling right now on March 12th.
Understandable how you'd feel that way. And yeah, I agree with you about Kenny Pickett. I think we have come to the end of the road with him, at least in Pittsburgh. And unfortunately, that will be deflating for Western Pennsylvanians to hear, because they love the guy. He is considered a Pittsburgher to them, or sorry, a Penzer to them. I mean, a Yenzer to them. So, he's that type of guy. Unfortunately, he just has been a massive disappointment thus far, and hopefully he will continue to. Hopefully he will reverse the trend. Hopefully he can. We'll see. 6 says, "Thank you, Ron Cherry, for giving them the business." He also says it's a whole lot worse with the Little Debbie ice cream. They have 3 flavors of that absurdity. And of course, he mentioned Drew. More like Chris Bay screaming, "What in the all types of blue?" And he says, and the folks in Denver were doing a whole lot of praise dancing with Wilson's departure. Yeah, well, no more. The ones who's doing the hardest praise dancing was Sean Payton. And we know this. He was happy. Dude was gone. And since you all like to hear this,
Who's giving them the business?
Lord, Why'd you have to play that, trying to throw me off the rails? The Buccaneers at quarterback Baker Mayfield have agreed to a 3-year deal for $100 million, and $50 million is guaranteed. Now, Mayfield is set to make $30 million guaranteed this year, $30 million with a $20 million guarantee next year, and $40 million in 2026, according to ESPN. There's $5 million per year in incentives, bringing up the maximum value of the contract to $115 million. Now, Mayfield did confirm the deal in a statement to ESPN, saying the following, quote, "I wanted a chance to come back. I told Coach Bowles and the staff I'm happy to be here, and I want to win more in the postseason." Close quote. Now, to be fair, he did win a postseason game this past year and came pretty close. Just a performance in the third quarter of doing the same in Detroit. So hopefully he will make true on his promise. My question to you, sir, is can the Bucs grow from the recent re-signings of not just Mayfield, but of wide receiver Mike Evans?
Absolutely, because, the 2-year deal that Mike Evans took didn't hurt the team, for one. And the same thing with Baker Mayfield's contract incentives doesn't hurt them either. Because if you look at it this way, if Baker really tested free agency, let it go past tomorrow, let it go past Wednesday, and he could have probably got a better contract offer somewhere else, which would have forced the hand of the Buccaneers to either give him a bigger contract extension, for one, or two, you let him go and another team gets that contract, and gets his services to where he potentially can do what he did last year with Tampa Bay. Even though I feel like Tampa Bay has got the weapons and the right team built around him for that, especially with the re-signing of Mike Evans, you have to look at it as a whole, as both of their contracts are friendly to the team and gives them room to make more moves to kind of bolster that team up. So I think looking at this from end to end, I think that the recent signings of both of them can definitely help this team grow because it allows them the room to bring in other pieces besides them as well.
And I think that is what I love. It's a literal win-win for everybody. The players feel as though they're winning because they're getting paid pretty close to market value for their positions, and the team wins because they're doing team-friendly deals to guys who are forward-thinking enough to say, "Well, we don't want to break the bank and mess the team up. We just want you all to know that we are worth what we feel as though is top-tier talent at the positions. So you pay us that's fine, but we want to have pieces around us. So if that means we have to take short-term deals, cool. I have no problem with that." And I think you had that with both Evans and Mayfield. And because of that, that's going to make the relationships between the players and the organization themselves that much better. And now it will make people who come into the fold with the Bucs say, wow, okay, so we got the quarterback sacrificing more money that he could get, and we have the wide receiver doing the same thing. Okay, so we know where the bread's buttered. So we got to sacrifice more than we probably would like. But I think that's cool because if they didn't sacrifice, I wouldn't be on the team. That's a great sign. That's a great sign. It's a great win-win. And I applaud all parties involved because that's how you're supposed to do it. Unfortunately, the same could not be said out in the Bay Area, or as E40 would say, the Yay area. The 49ers plan to release veteran defensive lineman Eric Armstead. Now, it's only one season after landing a coveted spot on the wall on the 49ers facility that celebrates those who have played at least 10 years with the club. Armstead is expected to now become a free agent. Armstead is coming off a season, though, in which he played 12 games with only 27 tackles and 5 sacks, but he is also slated to count $28.5 million against the salary cap next year, which is why the 49ers are seeking a reworked deal to reduce that number. Now, while releasing Armstead would save the 49ers around $18 million in cash for next year, they would incur a dead money charge of $26 million and save only $2.5 against the cap with immediate release. The Niners could, however, save more than $18 million against the cap if they add the post June 1st designation, which would spread that remaining dead money over future years. Now, my question to you, sir, are we seeing chemistry? Is the release of Eric Armstead a bad move, a good move, or was he just an expendable piece?
I'm going to answer this in multiple ways. It's a bad move for only one reason. The bad move is if they actually put him on the wall for his 10 years of service last year, they screwed themselves because he's only been there for 9 seasons. He came there in 2015. So out of 9 years of service, the team screwed themselves, putting their foot in their mouth, thinking he's going to be there for 10 years. And he was only there for 9. So that's the reason why they screwed themselves. That's one. The reason why it was a good move to let him go is last year he only played in 12 out of 17 games. And the year before that, he only played in 9 out of 17 games. The first year that the NFL league moved to 17 games was in 2021. So for the past 3 years, we've had 17 games. And in 2021, he had probably his breakout season as he had 63 combined tackles, 34 assisted, and 6 sacks, which was his second highest number of sacks since the 2019 season when he had 10. The reason why I'm saying that they should have let him go at this point, when you look at his total, and I mean total number of games played in the past 2 seasons, he's only played in 21 games out of the past 2 seasons. When keep in mind there's 17 games, and the last time he played in all 17 games of the season was in 2021, which was a 4th consecutive season that he had where he had played in every single game that the 49ers had. So he's trending downward. Last year, he only had 5 sacks in the amount of games, which isn't a bad statistic. But when you look at the amount of solo tackles, right? He only had 15 last year, 8 the year before. So between the 2 years of 2022 and 2023, he combined for 23 tackles. The years before that, when you look at Eric Armstead's numbers, he had 29 tackles in the entire 2021 season, the same amount in 2020, and career numbers in the 2019 season for 32, and the year before that with 33. So his numbers are trending downward. He was on the final year of an $85 million deal. So when you put that and break that into the 5 years of what he was getting paid, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money to pay somebody whose numbers are consistently trending downward, especially this would have been his 10th year with the team. So looking at all of that right there, as the numbers are trending downward and you're paying more money out for somebody who's producing less, I think it was the right move for the 49ers, who were trying to improve on what they had established this past year. He was on the defensive side. You had already, you'd already looked at the defensive coordinator, and you'd already used him as a scapegoat. As far as the production and what they got in the second half of that Super Bowl, you could easily say Eric Armstead is the player version of the scapegoat here. However, his numbers, they cast a different story. So with that being said, I think everything as a whole is laid out right there. I think they made the right move.
Yeah. I agree. I think this was a move that the 49ers need to make. Now, if they can follow it up by finding a proper replacement for him, because I just can't see Armstead actually staying with the 49ers, considering I think they want to go in a different direction altogether. If from him, I mean, not necessarily from the team, but from him, then yeah, I agree with that. But, well, hopefully, though, Armstead can find a home somewhere. And if he can, that's great. If not, you did have a good 10 years. And hopefully you can be proud of your 49ers stint. And hopefully the 49ers are proud of you. Sorry it ended the way it did, though. T. Higgins. The Cincinnati Bengals wide receiver could be on the move. Now, he's requested a trade out of Cincy, claiming that he loves the city. He loves Cincy. And he hoped to be with the team long term, but he is disappointed, though. The team has not had any talks about a long-term contract extension since this time last year. News came just hours before the NFL's legal tampering window opens ahead of free agency at noon yesterday. Now, the fourth-year player out of Clemson just wrapped up his final year of his rookie deal, and the Bengals gave Higgins the one-year franchise tag of almost $22 million for the upcoming season should the two sides be unable to work out a long-term deal ahead of July the 15th. But that does not appear likely. Even before the start of last season, there had been little to no movement on a potential contract extension, sources told ESPN. Now, I would ask you the question of what does this mean in terms of if he's going to get a deal, because they got Jamar Chase on the team as well. But I'm not going to ask that. I'm going to ask this one. Are we seeing chemistry issues on the Bengals with T. Higgins requesting a trade?
Yes. There have been chemistry issues with him for a while. I mean, look at his numbers. They've been trending downward. For the past few years. He kind of had a pretty decent start in his 2020 year. In 2021 and 2022 as well, the numbers were about the same. But as far as in 2023, he played in less games. He only played in 12 total games, starting 11 of them, for a total of 656 yards and 5 touchdowns. Now, of course, he can get banged up here and there, but during the times that he was in there, it did seem like there were some chemistry issues. You could put part on that on the fact that they had their backup quarterback in there for a good portion of the season because Joe Burrow was banged up at the beginning of the year when he was playing. He was playing like a dumpster picking quarterback, like in our commercial I was talking about. But looking at the fact that they had their backup quarterback in there, old Browning, in for a good portion of the time, and he was doing okay, it's still not the same person who T. Higgins is used to taking the amount of reps that he does in practice and training camp and this, that, and the third when it comes to that amount of information for that. T. Higgins, his chemistry with the team, I feel like is affected because there hasn't been as much consistency, at least over the past year. And I think that the inconsistencies in the people that he was playing with, not just at the quarterback position, but in the positions surrounding him as well, affected him. And that's why we saw the drop off in numbers too. So I think that he needs to cool his jets and give it a little bit more time before the Bengals end up trading him to a team that's absolutely in worse shape than the Bengals are right now. The Bengals are a good team. They just happen to get banged up in many different areas, and their most important position being the quarterback that they had thrown all this money to be their franchise quarterback. And they didn't make a mistake with that. It was just he was having an issue recovering from an injury from the offseason. And then, things got worse during the season. So it was a wash year, and you're lucky to have the results that you got with the backup quarterback. Yeah, you were lucky, and that goes. We talked about it earlier a few weeks back. That's more on the coaching than anything else. And you want to leave all that behind because the front office isn't giving you the money that you want. The key words there are you want. You don't deserve it. When you look at your numbers and the drop off, you're lucky you got franchise tagged. So you should take that franchise tag and take this as a prove it year like Baker Mayfield did in Tampa Bay. It just goes to show that T. Higgins has more maturity and more growth to a lot more things to learn, because had he taken the approach and kept his mouth shut this offseason and did what Baker Mayfield did last year and were to put that in action this offseason and this upcoming 2024 season, we could see him get the type of payday that Baker Mayfield get. And even though Baker Mayfield took somewhat, in my opinion, of a hometown discount to stay with Tampa Bay because he could have gotten more on the open market, he's proven that still the amount of money he's getting paid is fair market value. And T. Higgins is going to continuously lower his stock if he continues to run his mouth. So I don't think this is the end of T. Higgins in Cincinnati, but I also don't know this is the end of him running his mouth about it either.
And Dante would ask you, so if if it's possible for the Commanders to actually get him, would you
depends on what you have to give up. If you have to give up more than a 3rd-round pick for T. Higgins, I say don't do it.
And I'm thinking the Bengals will ask for that. They'll ask for 2.
I think that they will too. And the amount of capital that the Commanders have for this this draft, they could easily give up a 2.
Mm-hmm.
But my question to you is like, do you want to give up a 2nd-round pick and then a year from now have the same type of issues where you have somebody who's not happy with their situation and they're going to go chomp at the media? And we're already chastising, Sean Payton earlier for doing the same thing with him being a coach towards his players like Russell Wilson. And now we're at a situation where the shoe's on the other foot, where the player's doing it for the coaching and the front office, this, that, and the third.
Doesn't look good.
And it doesn't look good, especially when you had the results that you had in the past year.
Right.
You're the Commanders. Do you want to take a chance on having that toxic, behavior in your locker room? That, I think the question is, should the Eagles take them? Because the Eagles need weapons too. And the Commanders really only need one other wideout right now because, we got breaking news again. It's like Playmakers bringing in breaking news. But before we do that,
go ahead.
Before we do that, I just think that if you really, really, really want to make some moves, okay, at the wide receiver position, if you really want to make an impact, you draft Marvin Harrison Jr. with that 2nd overall pick. If you really want to do that. However, they're looking more at quarterback, in my opinion, because they haven't been that active in free agency up to this point or with trades. I think they're going to go after a quarterback. I'd love for him to bring in Marvin Harrison Jr. because that would be a great 1A, 1B in the future for McLaurin and him, and it could entice McLaurin to stay because after this upcoming season, I don't know what's really enticing for McLaurin to stay anymore if they haven't repaired the issues that they've had in his tenure with the team. So looking at it for what it is, I like T. Higgins as a player. Like, I'm not trying to throw shade on his talents, but him opening his mouth in the recent days has hurt his stock, in my opinion, and I just don't want that on my team if I'm in the front office.
And I don't blame you. I wouldn't want that on mine either. That's why I'm glad that the Texans are going out.
Senior NFL reporter from the Playmakers blog reports that a 2-year deal up to $16 million can grow to $20 million with $9 million guaranteed for Derrick Henry to go to the Baltimore Ravens.
I told you.
You did.
What I'd say.
You did.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not surprised. Although I think the Bills should have tried to go from harder. He's going to a team that I think will love to have him, and I think that will make them a really good contender. If that means that Lamar Jackson runs less and gets behind the pocket more.
You beat me to it because I was about to ask, because we were just talking about it with Philly and bringing in Saquon Barkley.
Mm-hmm.
My question was going to be, do you think that bringing in Derrick Henry will result in Lamar Jackson running less?
It should. I don't think it would, though.
And
I wanted to.
And does Lamar Jackson still playing like Lamar Jackson? Would that hurt the production that Derrick Henry is capable of?
I think it would.
So could this be could we be talking a year from now about how bad this was for the chemistry and for the morale of the team when you have two people that just want to run the ball all the time?
You could. But if Lamar is and I'm thinking this has to be Lamar Jackson endorsed. So I'm thinking that he basically is saying to the team, look, I want to be a guy who wins in the pocket. If I get a chance to run every now and then, fine, cool, that's all great. That's gravy. but I want to win in the pocket. If that means that you all have to bring in a heavy duty 3-down back, bring him in, because I'm willing to do that. So to me, this smells of a Lamar Jackson endorsed deal, saying to the team, I will prove to you that I can win in the pocket and I don't need to run more than 10 times a game. Yes, I know that is part of my skill set, but that's not all that I bring. So if he can acquiesce some of that, and it sounds like with the verbiage to the front office, he's saying he can, then I think we won't be revisiting it. Considering the play that he has been doing in the past 5 years, it makes me think we will. I hate that, but I want to say otherwise, but I think we'll be revisiting this. But thank you, Playmaker. Appreciate you. Wonderful reporter. Doing good breaking news. Derrick Henry now is a Raven with a 2-year contract with a decent sized deal, but it's a favorable one for the Ravens. But Henry gets to play a little bit longer.
I just hope it doesn't end like Mark Ingram's running back ended in Baltimore. Because Lamar Jackson was the quarterback there when that happened, and we saw a drop off in his production because Lamar wanted to run the ball so much. So I'm just saying, I don't think that was a good signing for Derrick Henry, and I think we're going to find out in the next year or two that could come into fruition.
And that was in his first MVP season. So yeah, I agree. Dante says, look, it should be a reduction in rushing carries for Lamar Jackson. It won't, he believes, be all Lamar in the playoffs. It should not be, but I just get the feeling it will be. DK Dobbins, good Lord, I can't even speak, was supposed to be that guy last year, but not only injuries, but he got injured the very first quarter of the first week. No, second quarter. I'm sorry, the second quarter of the first week, and was out for the whole year. Yeah, so yeah, I agree with you, Dante. He was supposed to be that guy, but I still think Lamar Jackson would have run more even with him being the bell cow. Playmaker also says reports also say that Calvin Ridley prefers to be a Jaguar and wants to return to the team over going to the Patriots. I would too. You got Trevor Lawrence versus I don't know who's going to throw me the ball. Possibly Bailey Zappi, possibly Jacoby Brissett, possibly Matt Patricia might come back on the team and be the quarterback. Who knows? But if Ridley returns to Duval, what does that mean for the Jaguars? Well, it means you got good receivers on both sides of the both sides. You got Ridley on one side, you got Gabe Davis on the other, who you picked up from the Bills, and you got a good running back in Etienne. So you'll have some weapons. You'll have another weapon. Personally, I just think they need to. I know they're trying with. I think it's Evan Ingram. I know they're trying to have him be the tight end, but I think they need a heavier duty tight end. I really believe that, and I think that's what is missing on offense. But I think that what it means for the Jaguars is you got more talent, and I think really wouldn't mind it if it helps if the ball could be spread and both can be contributing to the offense. Now, it depends on the maturation process of one Lawrence. Dante says, look, but then again, it depends on what the Bills and the Bengals do with the draft and free agency ever since teams like a player that step away from the Super Bowl. Yeah, it does. It does. And speaking of stepping away, thank you. Nice seemingly transition there. The 6-time Pro Bowler, and it almost sounds like we're saying similar things about another Eagles player that we said before, but the 6-time Pro Bowler is retiring from the NFL. And we're talking about the now former defensive tackle for the Eagles, Fletcher Cox. He announced this past Sunday that he is hanging it up. Now, he follows in the footsteps of Jason Kelce, who announced his retirement earlier in the week. Now, he had this to say about his retirement from the NFL and his departure from the Eagles. Quote, I fulfilled a lifelong dream by making it to the NFL. But what I didn't know at the time was how much of an honor and privilege it would be to represent the city of Philadelphia and the Eagles organization for then the next 12 years. Close quote. So with this class act being gone, along with the other class act on the opposite side of the field being gone as well, what does this mean for the Eagles going forward without Kelsey and Cox in their locker room?
It's a lot of leadership they're going to be missing. They're definitely not going to have the same amount of leadership that they had in that locker room, which could affect the morale a little bit, especially if their dumbass coach, sorry for the language, but when I think about Nick Sirianni and what he did to antagonize the fans, okay, antagonize the fans after the way that they've kind of had that drop off from the 10-1. I mean, I'm just thinking about how things were. Dante, I know you're upset about that too, because they could have had another decent year had they not faltered the way they did. But I think that part of that was age showing too, in some aspects too, with some of those people they have on the team, and Fletcher Cox being one of them. Jason Kelsey was not one that you can look at and say is one that affected due to age. He was playing probably in some cases you could say even better than the year before. I mean, he left it all out there and left retiring on top as far as his play level. So, maybe not the team as a whole, because he'd be retiring on top had he retired the previous season, even though it was a Super Bowl loss. But looking at everything the way that it was for how the leadership was in that locker room over the course of the past 10 plus years because of his tenure there in 13 years, Kelsey was huge for that for the offensive side. Fletcher Cox was huge on the defensive side. And they don't have many more pieces left that they can kind of retain from that type of leadership over the past 10 plus years. So they're going to have to be active this offseason a little bit more with who they bring in as far as the center and in the guard position to kind of improve that offensive line a little bit. But as far as their leadership, they're going to have to look within. Jalen Hurts is going to have to step up a little bit now that he's been there for a few years and has asserted himself as QB1 in that time frame. It's time for him to step it up a little bit more and to kind of ease the blow that the team's going to be feeling with the loss of those two that just retired recently. And I got a feeling there are more to come, whether it's through retirement this offseason or next, free agency or lost via trade. There's going to be some more pieces that they're going to have to be replacing that are big voices within that locker room.
Yeah, I think earlier when Dante was talking about, well, you got replacement in terms of players, in terms of bodies, which, yes, I understand that. But there is no substitute for experience. And when experience leaves the room, you need to have other experienced players step up. And you mentioned where it has to step up quickest. So now it has to be Jalen Hurts that takes the mantle and saying, yeah, I know that by position I'm pretty much the leader of the team, but doggone it, I am going to take you all. So jump on my back and I got you guys. He has to be that figure now in the locker room where all things start and stop with him, because he now doesn't have the safety net of Jason Kelsey on the offensive line and Fletcher Cox on the defensive line, where, if the team happens to be down, or if the team needs a pick me up, or if a team seems to not have that juice, or if the team needs to have that type of sage advice to be said at certain moments, he does not have Cox and Kelsey to lean on. And he can't just simply look at Sirianni and say, well, coach, you say something. No, now number one has to say something, because he has to be the guy that's going to have to be the one steering the ship. And then after that, you got to have others who are willing to step up with him to basically be echo chambers with him and to be in lockstep of what Jalen Hurts is believing. So I think to me that is where I believe the Eagles were missing. The pieces they got, because we mentioned it earlier. Howie Roseman is one, probably at worst, top 5 GM in the league. I would say he's the best GM in the league, considering that he just, like I said, he just comes up with these draft picks. I don't know how he comes up with them, but he just finds a way to get them, and he gets the talent, and he keeps replenishing it. through the draft. Dante says Brandon Graham is retiring next year. Of course, for those who probably don't know the name, or so who probably do, a Super Bowl hero, stripping and recovering a fumble in the 2-minute warning against a Tom Brady-led Patriots squad. He says, but this is really a celebration for those guys. And of course it is. Of course it is, because all three of them won rings together. So yeah, and now they were approaching their prime. Each of them were approaching their prime when they got the ring, and now now they are past their prime, and they're getting to really enjoy the literal fruits of their labor. He says, I think the biggest gain though is Howie's fulfilled dream to have guys retire under one team. So now he won't be committed to veteran players he has to try to sign and come in. One or two is fine, but yeah, you really want to have homegrown stuff and let some of the young guys go out and play. Yeah, I think that's the one thing that Rosen wanted. He wants to have more homegrown talent, and the coach in the NFL for a while was, okay, we got to get that big time free agent. And to me, I think that started with Reggie White going to the Packers from the Eagles. Here we are talking about the Eagles, and here you go. I think it started there, and then the trend for like 21, 22 years was, we could build a team, but we need that one big free agent mark that puts the stamp on, this is our team, and this is going to be the guy that's going to help us the rest of the way. We have the pieces everywhere else, but this is going to be the guy that's going to help us the rest of the way. Howie's like saying, well, we don't need to do that. We could build a team, and maybe the free agent piece we pick up is a complementary piece. He doesn't have to be the linchpin, because we drafted linchpins and we had them homegrown. So yeah, I agree with you. I think, like I said, and I also agree with you, Drew. The Eagles are going to be missing a lot of veteran leadership, and this year it's going to be proof of not necessarily what is taking place on the field, but what's taking place off the field in terms of, will they have enough to where they can police themselves and they can go onward and stop the bleeding with losing streaks, believe in one another. And I've heard in the locker room that Hurts has that mentality where people feel he is a leader. Well, he now is going to have to step it up even more. And I think he can, but we'll see. We'll see. Well, this has been a really good Grand School. I appreciate this. This is nice. I got to do that again.
Yeah, thanks, bro. I like that.
Sorry?
I was saying thanks, bro. I liked it. That was a good one.
Yeah, it was.
Total football talk.
As long as it's one. That's great.
And now it's time for the post game. I know it's horrible that we're about to leave, but we have to go. And before we do go, we will give our parting shots or last impressions of what we have seen this past week, definitely with the free agency. And Drew, do the honors, sir.
I hate this part of every episode where we got to like wrap it up. Like it's, you just start it around 9 a.m. Next thing you know, it's been almost 4 hours. It's time to wrap this thing up. So, but guys, it's definitely been another great episode 28 now, almost in the books. But there's some moves I want to talk about within free agency that one kind of baffles me a little bit. And the one that baffles me is the fact that Mitchell Trubisky is going back to Buffalo. And the fact that, they gave him a 2-year contract worth $5.25 million that's worth of the $8.45 million in incentives with $2.7 million guaranteed. Why are you going to give that to somebody who sucks? Why are you going to give it to somebody who went somewhere else and didn't live up to par? He's played 2 other places besides where he's played with you, and you're giving him that much to be a backup. Got other people out there who suck less, who can definitely take less of a paycheck and help you out more over there. I think that's part of the problem over there in Buffalo. Their front office is definitely not looking at things the right way, because Mr. Trubisky is not as great of a backup as you think he is. So that would be one. That would probably be one that kind of threw me for a loop. Another one, too, is the New England Patriots throwing $11.25 million at Antonio Gibson for a running back, and especially with the way that he kind of trended downward with the Washington team over the past couple of years. Was drafted, out of Liberty, was a wide receiver there. They converted him to running back, and, the Patriots might want to consider converting him to a receiver and see if he can have better production, because as a running back over there in Washington, I don't know if the gamble was worth it to switch him from a wide receiver to running back. Now, looking at the New York Jets, still, because, you can get excited about them signing offensive lineman John Simpson, but he's not going to make the impact that you think he's going to over there. I just don't really know if I like that signing for as much as they've done up to this point, which is very little in the offseason moves. With the Baltimore Ravens picking up Derrick Henry today, I've got mixed feelings about it. I think that it's going to be working out in their favor potentially for the first half of the season. But then as Lamar Jackson sees that he's getting a little bit less production out of his running game, he's going to probably try to pick it up a little bit more. It'll take less attention away from Derrick Henry. It's going to cause chemistry issues in that locker room. And I think that could potentially be that type of issue for that team going forward, as it was when Mark Ingram was there, and it could continue on. Now they have a bigger name in the backfield at running back. Looking at the Cincinnati Bengals, they signed Zach Moss to a 2-year deal worth $8 million. It was definitely a pretty decent deal for them, as they definitely needed to bolster up that running back core. Again, we talked about how T. Higgins' recent discussion about his wanting to get out of Cincinnati because of being franchise tagged. That could throw a curveball. We'll have to talk about that more in the weeks to come. Jerry Jeudy going from the Broncos to the Browns in exchange for a 5th and 6th round pick, I feel like was one of the moves of the offseason so far. If they can get that type of production out of them that he has been touted to have and has shown flashes of during his time with Denver, now that he's going there, whether it be with Deshaun Watson or if he's not fully healthy, going with Jameis Winston at quarterback, you have some viable weapons around you. And one of them being Jerry Jeudy, if he can finally live up to the hype. And, of course, the Pittsburgh Steelers bringing in Russell Wilson. We've given enough of our take on that in this show, but I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys say here in the comments after this show is in post-production from live. I think the one thing that Cole Johnson is definitely excited about in this offseason is the fact that Dalton Schultz is staying in Texas, but staying in Houston. I think that was a big move for them this offseason. I mean, they've been bolstering up in some other ways as well, but I like that move the most out of all the moves that the Houston Texans have made. We were talking about for weeks about the possibility about Michael Pittman Jr. going somewhere else, but over this past week, since we were last on the air, it looks like they have finally agreed to terms on a 3-year deal for Michael Pittman to stay in Indianapolis, which is huge news for that team. I think some news, it's going to be some lackluster news that we're going to be talking about in about 6 to 7 months, is the fact that Tony Pollard went from Dallas to Tennessee to work with the Tennessee Titans. I don't think that move is going to be as electric as when Derrick Henry was in his prime, because Tony Pollard still has years left on his wheels, but he is nowhere even close to being the type of player and produce the amount of production that Derrick Henry, while he did in Tennessee. The team's different. The coaching scheme is different. Everything about that team is almost different. I don't know if Tony Pollard was such a great move this offseason for the Tennessee Titans over there in Tennessee land. Other than that, that was probably their biggest splash so far in this offseason. You know, when you look at other teams, the fact that the Dallas Cowboys have not made a single move yet, the fact they haven't made a single move just goes to show how important they view this offseason and how much they will grow from the way things ended for them in this past season's early exit to the playoffs. They do not have the pieces around them to just say, we're the Cowboys, we're going to go into the playoffs, we're going to win. No, it's not going to work that way unless you make some moves to improve on what you've got in so far. Unless something is updated since we started this show for that team, they have not made any move so far. The Giants, Devin Singletary. Now, you had the production that you had over there in Houston last year, which was probably your career highs. Other than that, what else did you do? You didn't do anything before that. And you're not going to do anything with the Giants. And I don't think that this signing is a good replacement for Saquon Barkley. You definitely went backwards with your production in your running back department, and based on the move that you just made, letting go of Saquon and bringing in Devin Singletary. Nah, I'm not excited about this move when it comes to the New York Giants. The one move for the Commanders I'm excited about is Zach Ertz signing that one-year deal at the tight end position. That's definitely going to help this team, as they've had some issues at the tight end position for several years now, with Logan Thomas not staying healthy and the fact that he is gone and his salary not eating up the salary cap over there. I like the fact that they brought in Zach Ertz. Hopefully he can stay healthy and be a big producer. A team that's made some moves so far this offseason with the Bears in that aspect, I'd have to say between Jalen Johnson re-signing, DeAndre Swift signing a 3-year deal, and Patrick Scales getting re-signed over there, along with the addition of safety Kevin Byard. It's going to be a big turnaround. I think, for the Bears, especially when you think about them bringing in Montez Sweat during the season this past year, and the fact that they have draft capital to make some noise in this upcoming draft. Other than that, we've got some decent other moves around the league, but based on what we've talked about in this episode, I just felt like I had to cover a little bit more on the NFC East a little bit, and the fact that the Dallas Cowboys have not made a move. The fact that the Giants have let their talent go and not replaced them in the best way possible. When it came to my closing thoughts, I wanted to take this time to just say, hey, even though we've covered other teams throughout this episode that have made decent to great moves so far, there have been teams out there that have made either no moves or bad moves besides the Carolina Panthers. So looking at everything as a whole, I'd say we've had a pretty busy past week in the NFL free agency that doesn't really officially start till tomorrow, as Cole added, but it's been a great start. It's been an entertaining start, and the trades have been there too. I look forward to seeing what comes about the rest of this week to where we have to talk about for next week.
Yeah. Nice. And yeah, I agree. And I'm glad you brought everybody else up to speed on other free agency moves. That's good. That's good that you did. I appreciate that. Now, for those, I'm just going to directly speak to the fan. Now, just because you didn't get the free agent signing that you like does not mean that your season's over. It does not mean that your team's direction is faulty. It just simply means that that's just one phase of building your team that either it passed you by or you decided to take advantage of it and may have made the right move, may have made the wrong move. We won't know that for another 6, 7, 8, 9 months from now. But you didn't get your free agency draft pick or choice. That doesn't matter. What matters is the team is building, and teams have to show you if they have interest in building towards something real and something special. That's all that matters. Now, if that happens to be you, like if you're in Baltimore and you got Derrick Henry, good. If it happens to be the Bears and you got DeAndre Swift, cool. Now, if it just happens to be the Cowboys and you get nothing and you lose Tony Pollard, then you just shake your head and you realize Gerald just runs the ship. And he needs to simply go over the Shady Acres. Well, let me stop channeling Wise. Anyway, this is just one log in the fire, because we will have this calm down within the next week or two, and then we'll be preparing for the next big thing, which is the NFL draft. And that'll come in about 6 to 7 weeks from now. So this is just one part. Keep that in mind. It doesn't mean the whole world is coming or the whole sky is crashing down. It just means it's just one part of it. And so if your team is focused on the draft, cool. Now, if you're like the Rams have been the last 5 years and they had to do free agent moves, then yeah, if you didn't make a move, that's different. But that's okay. That's cool. But just watch the action, enjoy it, sit back with the popcorn, and realize that you're dealing with entities that want to impress and improve your team in increments. And it's just one of the incremental ways they can. So enjoy this free agency period, as this is the NFL new year, because that's what the free agent signings mark. And know that we are now entering the more exciting part of the offseason of the NFL. So the National Football League, you all have done your job once again, because you have found a way to make the offseason part of your brand one of the most entertaining aspects of the sport. So thank you for that. And I can't wait to see what you do in the NFL draft.
As long as it's one. I went to go find one yesterday, but I wasn't able to look at it tomorrow. That's great. I love it. Actually, I was getting to it. I hope it actually is recording. Listening to it.
All right. Anything you have left before we let the Total Football Talk tribe go?
Hey, guys. Thank you all for tuning in between the platforms that we have. Twitter definitely stepped it up today. X, definitely very nice. The viewership that we got on there between Comey Media and Sartoba Media. Those of you watching on YouTube, thank you very much as well for tuning in there. And even on Twitch over there too. Each and every viewership, we appreciate you, especially for the comments. Dante was huge today, as well as the Playmaker and Sick Diggy with his shenanigans. And even Mick at the beginning of the show, we had a little bit of McCoffee action. Snowman for his one and only comment. Everybody else, thank you very much for tuning in. We appreciate you. Everybody in the TFT tribe helps make this thing go around, and look forward to seeing you for episode 29 next Tuesday.
Episode 29. Wow. I can't believe we've been doing it this long already. So if you want to find Drew on the social media channels, all you have to do is go to Sartoba_media on Instagram, Sartoba_media on Twitter, at the Sartoba, underscore Sartoba on TikTok, and of course, Sartoba Media on YouTube.
I got to get on that flow code.
And if you want to follow me, all you have to do is go to flowcode.com/page/host Cole Johnson. That's flowcode.com/page/host Cole Johnson. Well, we thank you so much once again for being a part of the tribe. We love you. We appreciate you. Thank you for liking, sharing, subscribing, and thank you for hitting the notification bell so you can catch all content that emanates from the Sartoba Media YouTube channel or the Comey Media YouTube channel. And we definitely appreciate X and Twitch coming up strong today. We appreciate all of you. For Drew Willingham, I'm Cole Johnson, here to say, imparting as we always do. In life, just like a tackle, keep your head up. And always remember, you got to play until the whistle blows.
And as always, stay safe out here in these streets.
See you next week, everybody.